working. Let's go, baby. Bomb arrows to the rescue. Ha! Ah! No! Oh, that assist, baby! No! Don't touch him. No! You... What did I do? That was an accident. Freaking Beetle. I got the triple collapse! Oh! Ah! Oh, Dinell, go to the fire thing. It teleports us.
I ran on money back.
I trusted you! Trombone. This one is trombone. Yo, I got it! Yes! Let's go! Yeah! 24 hours done. 24 hours finished. Oh, time to beat. 23 hours, 28 minutes. Oh my god! We did it! We did it! Oh my god! I couldn't have done it without you guys.
Holy shit!
Wait, it went through? I gave him $50. Yo, I changed the camera. I forgot. You got disconnected for a second. What's up? Ow! Don't punch me. Oh, I guess you're not punching me. How were you able to redeem that? It's not supposed to work for the next like 2 minutes, I think, or something. Maybe it is. It was a joke. Oh, okay. What? Wait, you redeemed it, but it didn't work. What do you mean it was a joke? Do you guys hear the music? This music's actually amazing. What's up, Ping Pong? What's up, Nathan? What's up, Doctor? What's up, Timmy? What's up, Dinell? It has been a couple of... Wait, has it? It hasn't been too long. You're hyped? Nice. Genshin Impact music? No. Hollow Knight music, which we're playing today for God Monkey stream at Doctor's request. I'm finally playing it, yes. After the ads, I got disconnected. That is weird. But welcome back. How you doing? I changed the setup a bit. You could probably tell. Basically, because I recorded my first anime reaction. I have to remember to look here. Anime reactions video. And that video is like structured like this, where I look at this other monitor. And like in this corner over here would be like the anime video. But I feel like this is cool also just for regular streams, because you get to see all the figures in the back better. You know what I mean? What did y'all do yesterday? We played Super Mario, got a bunch of gold splits, saved like 10 to 15 seconds, got no PB, I got frustrated, and I ended. That's what we did. Exactly what Doctor is saying. Yeah. You play Super Mario 2? I don't know what that is. How are you gonna get drafted? What are you talking about? You're too young to get drafted. But let's start. Sub 20 BPT? No, not yet, unfortunately. I'm kind of, yeah, I'm gonna have to play a lot of Super Mario soon. And I'm gonna have to start looking here and remembering that. Guys, let me know if the new setup with the cameras is okay or not. I don't know why Punch Me didn't work though. Drafted these nuts. This is so stupid. You might get disconnected again? Aw. Where's the aw button? That's Sag. Okay, let me unpause all the channel points. Hello there. Oh my god. It has been super duper long. I haven't seen you in like forever. How are ya? Do you guys see Hollow Knight? Sorry. Hello, traveler. Was it Genshin Impact? How you doing, bro? How you doing, Deluxe? Played 16 hours straight. You played this game 16 hours straight? Jesus. Yes. Aren't you happy to see me? Yeah. Wow. I haven't seen you in so long that I forgot for a second. I was like, I knew who you were, but I was like, because you changed your name. You're chilling? Let's go. Traveler OP weapon is Dull Blade. Really? Isn't Dull Blade like the worst weapon? You've finally got platinum on Horizon 2. Oh, you played 16 hours straight of Horizon 2. I was dumb. I thought you meant of this game. I'm not gonna read all this BS. Nice. Wait, platinum means you got all the achievements? I don't know what platinum is, to be honest. Never seen Hollow Knight? Me neither. Well, I've seen my brother play it a bit, but... Time to be immersed? I hope so. Oh my god, this is so crazy. Should I skip it? Alright, see you, Deluxe. You came in for like a second. Oh, I'm such an idiot. I have it under Super Mario. The category. Let me change it real quick. In all the... this game has the best cutscenes. In all the animation in the games, the weapon the traveler uses is Dull Blade. Oh! That's actually pretty interesting. I never paid attention to that. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Spaghetti-o. Music is so beautiful. I thought this game was just a whatever indie game. I didn't realize they put this much work into it. He's dead. He's alive. Oh. Oh, I can't. Okay. Alright. I'm a gamer boy. Hey! I'm using a controller, by the way. There's no double jump? Oh, you could quick jump. Okay. So far, all I could do is... This is all I could do so far. I am playing on PC. Wait, is this game out on PlayStation? I should have played it on PlayStation, yeah? I don't know. I bought it on Steam today. Oh, it's telling me how to play. It's done everything, I believe. Oh, I'm a dumbass. You earn movement abilities through gameplay? Oh, cool. I don't know what I just killed because I was reading chat. Silk Song is going to be so big, they've been working on it for 4 years. Damn. Why do you got to be alive at the same time as my favorite YouTuber? Aww. Wait, I'm a YouTuber. Nah, fair enough. Who's your favorite YouTuber? Actually, don't say. Ludwig? Well, he shouldn't be alive. How about that? I played it. How you doing, Blake? I played it on PlayStation, so on pretty much everything. I wonder if it would have costed me as much money as it did. I mean, PC is easier to set up for me, so. What's up, Angel? Oh, it got so dark. Ooh, that was cool. I'm gonna grind Mario 64 while watching. Nice. We should have a death counter, but I'll keep count for now. Aw, you didn't have to... Oh, Jimmy! We just met Jimmy. Aw. Wait. Where's my guitar? Ah! Oh. Damn, the light's still going off. Thank you for the sun. Thank you for the sub shadow, the gifted sub. That was very sweet of you. You didn't have to do that. Save up. Save. The camera changed. I forgot. Save up. Save up. Save up Moni. Don't spend it on me. What am I streaming next month? I'm thinking. What's up, Timmy? The true avatar. Hell yeah. Bless Jimmy's little soul. See if I can learn. I'm sure he could learn ping pong. Mario is hard, but it's not the hardest thing. Too late. Oh. Higher beings. You're great straight in my... Okay, whatever. I don't care. Collect souls by striking enemy. Once enough, hold B to focus and heal. Oh, I just wasted it all and I didn't need to heal. So you could heal up even without... You could heal up even when you don't need to heal up? That's weird. Oh, you can't see the game. Oh, yeah. Sorry. I got so excited. 1 year and 2 days. Thanks, guys. Camera. Can't see game. Can't see. I deserve that IQ minus. I'm thinking of doing... I'm thinking... I'm still thinking what I want on the main channel for YouTube. But I think I'm going to go for main... I'm thinking I'm going to go for main... I'm going to play games and then give challenges on top of those games. And that's the type of content I want to make. But I don't want it to be insane challenges. So next month is not going to be only one game. You know, we're still testing stuff out.
Caught in 4K.
Hey, why you gotta do that, bro? How was I caught in 4? My face wasn't even there. Oh, because I moved the thanks for the raid, bro. I moved the location of the camera, so it's a bit off now. My bad. Rip the butterflies. Who cares about them butterflies? Oh, huh? Wait, why do I have blue life? Is that extra life? Wait, I forgot how to heal. Yeah, it's not extra life. I didn't gain anything. What if I didn't fall there? What would happen? Huh? I died. Ah! That counts as a death? Oh, I lost health, but... I'm really good at this game. What's up, Jared? Thanks for the lurk. Today I sent a friend to you on Switch because I saw it. Aw, thank you. Wait. Today I sent a friend to you on Switch. I don't get it. Why are you putting me in jail? What did I do? It's extra. You got it from killing those things. Oh. Ooh, cool. Damn. Hey, it's been 6 months? Jesus. We're getting subscriber bonanza. I don't know words. Thank you, bro. Oh, shit. Hype train is close.
Guys, we could reach a hype train if you give me money in 30 seconds.
Sorry. Dinel says because he has a 12-month badge. Thank you for the sub. Thank you for the sub, Jared. Ooh, I got the high point this time. Jesus, that looked scary. Oh, thanks, bro. Beautiful. Okay, now I lurk. Go lurk, baby. You got another show on the 12th? Let's go, baby. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, bro. That's awesome. I don't know why I'm so excited, but I'm excited for you. There we go. We got a congrats in there. Yay! Damn, that's awesome. Are BLJs possible on Switch? They should be. They should be. Actually, I don't know. I would look into it online. That's a great question. I have an archery tournament tomorrow. Nice! Look at you guys having lives. You gotta explain to me how you do that. Higher beings. Beyond this point, you enter the land of King and Creator. Hallownest. Okay, let's go. Oh, come on. Woo! Wait, what the hell? I feel like I'm gonna die if I jump there, no? Okay. I guess they wanted me to lose life. No fall damage? I lost the heart. What do you mean no fall damage? Eh? Was that Japanese? This guy's like, rest. Ooh. That was earlier? Oh. Oh, it's good you guys telling me that then. I would have thought for the next like hour that that's why I lost the life. Huh? I fell. Forgotten Crossroads. People are fighting. Huh? Oh, that was bad. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, I'm cutting off the swords. I just want to destroy everything. Let me go back. Yes, I taught English in Japan. Watashi no mono mitsu no okina something no boru. You really like talking about balls. Listen. What language is that? You're a short one. That's not nice. Ooh, cool. Okay, I can't break it. Oh, that's this whole area? I've been wanting to get back on Twitch for a while, but you and one other streamer are the only two that actually make me log in. Damn. Well, I mean, you streaming makes you log in too, no? Isn't Ping Pong Family Nathan? What? Ping Pong Family. No, it's not Nathan. It's another person, you know. You see, Ping Pong? I told you, people pretend to be other people here, and sometimes it confuses us. Ping Pong Family is an actual person. Okay, I don't know German. I haven't been streaming consistently. I see, yeah. Yeah. But you have been streaming. Oh, I got hit just by being close to him. Okay. How do I heal up again?
Jelly bean time.
Ow. Oh, stupid jelly beans. Oh. It's actually a little harder than it looks. Jelly bean, bro. Jelly bean. I know the count was made yesterday. I'm just playing this game. I've never played this game before, but I see that. Haha. How do you get up there? But oh, this jelly bean's actually okay. Thank you, Timmy. At least you know it's German, of course. I'm just saying sus. Get the spicy bean boozled? Maybe I will get that one day. That sounds pretty terrible though. Ever heard of SoCon? Nope. SoCon this dick? Bro, come on. You gotta be. I've fallen for so many of those. You gotta get me with something else. Maybe it is Nathan. JK. I will. Okay. Like, can you go anywhere in this game? I feel like... Oh, shit. I feel like there's... I feel like I don't know which direction I'm... I don't know. Ooh, I don't have access to this. Interesting. Oh, shit. Well, I can't get any of that stuff. Explore to your heart's content. How do you say yes in Spanish? Sí. No? Some places you need certain movement items or prereqs to get there.
For
Makes
the lurk
sense.
upset Trisket, much
If you get too lost, you can ask.
Pepped, but my balls were rip off my body and now I
These
have no
nuts.
balls, so I can't do anything
Yes,
with
in
having
Spanish is
steel
sí.
hard
Oh.
balls.
This is so stupid. I didn't expect that, to be honest. Easy, baby. Oh, shit. Let's heal up. Easy, baby. You say gloves? I don't know. Tebukuro? Oh, no, that's Japanese. I don't know how. What is that sound? Just destroy everything. Bro, this game is so... Ow. Game's so ow. I'm collecting coins, right? Oh, I see where the coins are. I was gonna say Tebukuro. That's what I said, no? Tebukuro. Oh. Nap. The hell was that? Imagine this mom's like to daughter, you're adopted, and stepladder is like, really? What? It's Gentas, I think, for real though. Oh. Do you like pudding? Putting this dick in your mouth. Bro, come on, be more original. Okay, I'm assuming when I get a double jump, I could access this. Because I can't right now. Or maybe I'm just too dumb. This dick in your mouth. Yeah, see? So obvious. So obvious. Not to doctor, but I am a... I understand. Why are there just random stuff? I feel like I'm going somewhere. I must be going somewhere. Oh, there we go. Is there a dragon in this game? Dragon these balls? Come on, bro. There might be, though. What the hell? Sir. This game's so weird. How to say Japan? No. How do you say Japan? And his footstep sounds like someone jerking off. Right? Ping knows that guantes sounds like guantes. It does, kind of. What dialect does it sound like? Do you prefer the Yankees or the Expos? What? What are the expos? Expose these nut. I don't know. What? Huh? Yeah, Hapong. Hapong. In Japanese, it's Nippon or Nihon. Ow. Die. So far, this game is super easy. Can we get a check? Oh, ascend. Let's ascend. Japan does. This doesn't make sense. You guys are stupid. Baseball team. Oh, I don't. Well, I don't. Mets. I don't know how to say potato in 7 different languages. That's gotta be a world record. I don't know about world record, but that's pretty cool. I missed Nathan saying dick. My bad. Oh my god, we're popping off. I missed so many messages. I apologize. How do you smoke a bofa both of these nuts, bro? That's like the easiest one. Stop falling. My mom knows how to say potato. And that's it's gotta be a song request. Ooh. Okay. Wait, this is where we were before. I think. What if I don't fall? What if I just ignore this part and keep going? Maybe there's another town. Oh, the frame rate is suffering. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It looks fine on my side. Can you guys hear me okay? Uh-oh, spaghetti-o. The CPU is stuff. Yeah, you can. Yeah, it looks oh, we got 5 subs. I have to spin the wheel. Oh god. Did I spin the wheel? Nah, we'll spin it later. I'm too lazy. Let's go this way. A stone door with a simple lock. Okay. So I have to find a key. What is the easiest command you could teach your dog? Sit. Why does it look so bad for you guys? What the hell? It looks fine on OBS. The way it's pushing it out to Twitch is bad. I effed it up. What did I do? Alright, see you, Nathan. It's Twitch. Blame Twitch, okay? It's Twitch's fault. I honestly think it's Twitch's fault. Okay. We're gonna blame. It looks good because I wasn't moving. It might get worse again. Did I skip that area completely? Roll over this. That's so dumb. Does it look okay now, actually? I'm looking on stream. Yeah, it looks good. Wait, isn't that the thing we entered already? We already entered that, so we're gonna skip that. I think we entered it. Can I even jump on that? You already went this way? Oh. What is this? Not the meaning of the thing. It's a feather. No? You can keep looking around if you prefer. Yeah, I'm trying. I totally didn't die. You broke my internet, Timmy. What do you mean, what happened? Jump on these nuts. I didn't die. I just went the other way. I'm playing, of course. So it looks like you can explore, but then you could just go straight to the boss also, maybe. Honestly, thought stream died. He got you. Timmy got you good then. That was a good one. I will be honest, that was really well timed. Ascend on these. No. Yeah, we have cool rewards here, Ping Pong. As you could probably see. I'm such a dumbass. I was trying to get some... Oh my god, my egg is broken. Wait, he broke my egg. Do I get to repair my egg? Not the way I'm playing, but... I lost all my coins, too. Oh. Alright, we're gonna go straight for him. I'll break your egg. Need to go straight outside to get some bitches. He thinks he was fighting a boss. Huh? Why is it different now? Huh? How do I avoid that? I played enough Super Mario. Oh! He's just waiting for me. I can't get out. Oh. I'm a beast. I actually killed him. IQ plus. Let's go. Oh, it's one of those things. What the hell? This is so interesting. It's not a boss, I guess, huh? Grub. They're called grubs. Grubhub? GG easy. Let's go. Let's go. I need more life though. I need a life. Oh, I could have gone back to the city to heal actually. Wait, maybe I'll just go back to the city to heal. I'm actually thinking, guys. Arca versus these guys. Imagine a little guy kills me. That would be so sad. They all have names I didn't know. I used to know all the grub names. Huh? Amazing 180 hours in Animal Crossing, Super Mario Maker 2, and 250 in Super Mario Odyssey. Damn! Nintendo boy. Can you do a Pokemon poll? Sure. Yo, mods, put up a Pokemon poll. Stupid. He just went to his death. I went this way before. I don't remember what was there, though. Unofficial. Haven't done one in a while. True. Scurry named all the grubs. I memorized them to label and keep track of them. Oh. Yeah, thank you, doctor. See, this is called not having a life, girlfriend. I mean, you're like 12, right? You don't need to worry about having a life or a girlfriend. I need to worry about it. And I'm not, so it's probably not a good thing. This just led back to the town, I think. Oh yeah, the Grubhub. It must be that I could buy stuff with all this money. Come on. Give me the money. I just want to explore more again. Let's go down. Can I go all the way down? Reminds me of Jump King for some reason. Huh? Oh, there's a boss, a little boss guy. What the hell? Oh, he's not a boss. Dumchatsuda. Pikachu or Eevee, guys. You could put in your points. I'm gonna take a Master Ball that's somewhere at on this table. Around that table. I'm gonna take this Master Ball, an Eevee, and a Pikachu. And one of them will be in here. And you guys have to guess which one I'm putting in here. It's a gamble. Alright? You could Well, you guys get it. Let's do this. Pikachu or Eevee? You guys will never know. I have a method for how I do it, but I'm not gonna tell you. One of my friends got rejected by his crush, and then a friend of his and mine's girlfriend likes him. Oh, damn. Oh, damn. The answer is... Drum roll. Eevee. Eevee, baby. I put my Eevee. Come on, Eevee. You don't know the method. No one knows the method. People think they know the method. What do you think the method is? When a friend got rejected, and then a friend of his and mine's girlfriend like him. That's a interesting story. Eevee, baby. Pikachu, where the hell are you? I'm a cartographer. Purchase a map? Oh, cool. So that's what you have money for maps. Oh, and a compass. Oh. Oh, cool. That's cool. I like that. Okay, there's an actual map. That's actually pretty cool. Can't say people will know it if I say. French? Oh, is it French that they're talking? Pikuha. Where are you? That was my guess. Oh! How was I supposed to know that was gonna happen? I love how, like, I could die to different things, but I'm not dead, necessarily. You know? I got 34 until we got 1.3k. It depends how much you put in. Money spent by an Xbox in the game and play Hollow Knight. Huh? Jump. Jump on it. Jump on it. Bro, I actually suck. Your butt is ass, okay? This game is actually kind of fun to play. Maybe not too fun to watch. I don't know. Especially when it's a guy that's first time ever playing it. Money! I'm Jewish. I gotta collect as much as I can. Ooh. Oh, it just links back. Oh, huh? Oh, shit. This guy's good. Oh, he's dead. What the? One more hit, I think. Oh, I thought I hit him. Oh, that was cool. They put gates up, and then they opened the gates. Interesting. Not that game, The Gamble? Oh. There's a Steel Soul mode where you can't die at all. Sheesh. For World War 3, US is gonna bring the quiet kids. Hopefully there is no World War 3, yeah? What does this water do? Maybe it's supposed to heal you. What an interesting spot. Whoa, it's literally my character in the background. Alright, I versed you guys already. Uh-oh, there's something. Oh, shit. Oh, I can't kill it. Let's go get this stuff. I got Post Void. It's meant for speedrunning. Ow. Post Void. Okay. That's me in bed. Post Void? Or that monster coming out. Oh, it doesn't let you... I can't jump up there. Okay. I'll just take it this way. Give me the money. Easy, baby. Did you get free Discord Nitro? I don't know. I might have. I don't look at Discord Nitro enough. As I probably should. Why does it sound like someone farts? I want more moves. Don't punch me. Ow. Check Discord. Oh, you're giving me Discord Nitro? Let me just do one more thing. Okay. No. I'm checking Discord. I'll check it. I'll check it later. Discord is giving free Nitro. Okay. That's cool, I guess. Oh, I almost got hit by that. I feel like I was supposed to go up. I love how he just flies up. Ow. Oh, is that another grub thingy? Something is crying. Ow, the stupid birds, bro. Is that a lever? What is that? Oh, that's from... Oh! That's from before. Bo Gandalf at the end has like 1T final forms. 1 trillion final forms. I don't even know what that means. What is this? Oh, shit. Huh? I don't even know what just hit me. Oh, it was a spike. Ow. Bro. This is crazy. Did I just close that off, actually? That's so weird. I might have closed it off with the lever. Don't die in the dark rooms. You'll be sad. Let's see if I opened anything up here. Hello, darkness, my old friend. All right. Wait. Which way was it? I think it was left. We could buy stuff from the person's dad, right? We have a lot of money, I feel, for now. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I'm tired of beating these guys too easy. Moni. I'm moaning right now. What? Oh yeah, it was this way. I don't remember what was in here. Was there anything in here? Oh, it was this guy. Yeah. Can't wait for you to lose all money forever. I'm gonna go see if my friend's on. If not, I'll be back. Hi. Let's go. Am I a pro player yet? Oh, it was here. Okay. Oh, I forgot about the map. I completely forgot that I have the map. Yes, the shop is open now. Hey, girl.
Papanada.
Papanada. All right, all right. Ooh, highly recommended. If you're having trouble, try this charm. It will pinpoint your location. That seems useful. What else? Update your map with new areas. That seems useful. Mark benches. That seems useful. All of these seems useful so far. Cocoons. I don't know what that is yet. You can use them to mark interesting spots. You can use them to mark interesting spots. Keep track of the kingdom's hot springs. Oh, I went to the hot spring. Mark shopkeepers. Oh, that seems useful. Bro, half of these seem useful. Let's buy the compass. Oh, they're useful. Makes sense. To equip, open the charms menu while... Oh, you have to rest at a bench to use that?
Papanada.
Papanada. Top 2 are essential, though. Makes sense. I'm gonna rest right here. To equip open charms while resting. Press. It didn't tell me what I should press. It said press, and then I'm pressing all the buttons to see what button it is. Huh? Oh. The map button, maybe? I start a new game and literally feel like I gotta name every friend, person, pet. You could become a streamer like that. Game over? Oof. What? What do you mean game over? Is it escape? Well, I'm using a controller. I don't even know how to press. Bro, I can't even press start. I don't know what buttons. Let me see. Let me try escape on my keyboard. It did nothing. Name your favorite meal. What game? It's the middle button? I tried that already. I'm using a PS5. Oh, I'm using a PS5 controller. Yeah, I'm pressing options, select. I'm pressing the PlayStation button even. Oh, you can move with the up and down also. Our charms, do I need to equip the compass? Let me look it up. Controller, equip, charm, Hollow Knight. Go to set. I can't go to settings. I don't know how to go to settings. Can't equip charms. Bug? Oh, someone else had the same problem. Press the inventory button and change your charms from there while sitting at the bench. Switch your controller to D mode. It's a known issue with Logitech controllers. Try double tapping the map button. Alright, let's see. Let's see if double tapping will work. Try I button on keyboard. Oh, let me first try to double tap. Oh! Double tapping did something different. Oh, and then it showed the inventory. Okay. And it shows charms. Well, that worked. We got it, guys. What's your favorite thing? Whispers its location to the bear whenever a map is open. Cool. So where Dirt Math and Forgotten Roads are the only two places. Ooh, our sword. A traditional weapon of Hollow Nest. It's literally just a nail. Oh, this is the stuff we have already. Cool. Cool stuff. Oh, here. Oh. So we could go above, it looks like, maybe. I probably need to go to the dark area, right? Is there a way to save this game? Oh, yeah, I need a key here. I probably need to go to the dark area. What are these emotes? Oh, that's your favorite character? Minecraft Steve. It saves at benches? Oh. Well, let's go down. That's where you respawn when you die. Ah. We need more coins. Give me your money. So you could just get money by coming back and like looting stuff, huh? Wow, indeed. That scared me. Most recent bench. No, I got that. I got what you're talking about. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Ping pong family. Oh, we haven't had extreme stretch in a minute. I did that on purpose. Don't look at my pee-pee. Benches also respawn on all the enemies. Oh, that don't come back automatically. Oh, cool. Oh, thank you for the extreme stretch. Hi, I'm new. Go to Beetle on map. Oh, there's different like things for the bosses. I see. Oh, I could go down from here. And then go to the Beetle. Cool. Oh, and I could still go bottom right. I didn't explore bottom right, it looks like. Yeah, it looks like I didn't explore bottom right. Or bottom left. Or I was blocked off. Oh no, bottom right was the Oh, this was the very dark area. Oh, what the hell? Wow, I don't know if I'll go to the Beetle yet, sorry. One more coin till perfection. Cool. Oh, it's a miner. What the hell? Bury my father. What the hell? That's so weird. When you get the quiver item, some of the places you have been that aren't already on the map will fill in. Oh, interesting. Oh! I feel like I should have gotten on top of that. You don't have to go to the Beetle, just want you to have direction. Oh, okay. It's Jeff as a Beetle. Huh? You can't get more than max energy, right? So I didn't need to do that. Jeff as a Beetle. Who's Jeff? Oh, you could break the crystals? They don't give me anything, though. This stuff breaks, I already know. Okay, looks like we're hoping it breaks. Huh? Do I weigh too much? Oh, I guess I don't have access to this yet. Attack it? Oh, good point. No, I can't. I think I need to get an item for it. It feels like I gotta... You thought it would break? Yeah. Whee! Alright, well, we'll come back here later. You need to gain weight with armor. That makes sense. You can attack up and down. Oh, that's sick! Thanks for letting me know. Okay, cool. I'm getting understanding of the map now. Bro, I thought this game was much harder to traverse. Does it become much harder to traverse? Like, I feel like with the map, it makes things a bit easier, you know? Let's go to the Beetle. Oh, the doors are still open from before. Whee! I'm lying, no armor. Oh. Now I'm confusion. Wait, where was the Beetle? Oh, I guess this way. Oh, oh, that's the big boy. Oh, he could break it? Oh, it's like a secret entrance that he just made. Oh, that's sick. Very big game, but you learn as you go. Bing bang. The map is about 15 to 20 times larger. But if you keep the compass on, it's pretty easy to see where you are if you have maps. Cool. He got the pool noodle of death. That was sick. Oh, shit. Alright, obviously I can't go there now. Bro, I can't go anywhere yet. That's sick, though. Ooh. Let's go. Huh? Okay, I was running the wrong way against him. What a loser, he missed. Oh, the music is still here, though. Thanks for the applause. Where's the big beetle? Why does it feel so scary? So I don't have access to that yet. I have to change the lever, I guess. Unless it's right here. Up yo bum. Let's go. Oh ah! Ah! Oh shit! I didn't expect that. Okay, we're good. Oh! Let's go. Oh shit! Let's go. Oh shit! Oh, one more hit. Okay. I shouldn't have been scared. Wait, what the hell? I thought he was dead. What the hell? Chill. Stop it. Stop it. Shit. Ah! Shit, I should have ran the other way. Oh, he gives me ghost powers with this. Oh shit. Easy, baby. Chill, bro. I keep healing at the worst times. Stop it. Okay, we're good, we're good. Come here. Sheesh. Come on. Yo, this is actually mad fun. Oh. Sorry, I can't read chat when I'm versing this guy. What the hell? Oh, I beat the falsehood area? City crest. Yeah, that was cool. Do speedrun strats? Oh, you put a prediction up. Nice! Good modding. I was reading about Greek stuff and learned that Mother Earth was watched over by Uranus. Uranus! Oh shit. The hell is that? Huh? Huh? That's so random. I believed in you. Aw, easy points. Who doubts him? I don't. Aw. You guys are so nice. So that was a boss. I love how I didn't die against this one, but I died against the other guy that wasn't even a boss. That was fun. That was actually really fun. I'm assuming we could bring his the crest to the city or something now, yeah? Let me see if I missed any messages real quick. Okay. I missed a bing bong, but hey, that's my doggo. Oh. Ooh. How much does this one give you? 20? Oh, it gives you 5. Cool. Can you... Okay, you can't jump side to side, so I don't know how to get up there yet. Huh. Oh, it's the lever stuff again. Ooh. Let's see what's up there first. What hat you want me to wear? We got a ping pong merch styled hat. We got a... Jesus, the hell is that? I want to check out what was below, but let's see what's here. We have a chicken hat. We have a top hat. We have like a regular hat. We have like a blue hat. We have a lot of hats. Didn't I hit this thing earlier? Wait, let's save first. Oh wait, I have a new crest now, right? So shouldn't I be able to do this? Here we go. No. I guess it's not a crest. City crest. Has an insert on the back that would fit into a slot. Huh? Maybe I need to do something else. Chicken hat? Oh, it's the key. The key from earlier. That makes sense. That makes more sense. You're practicing ping pong? Let's go. You got this. Item, not a charm. Gotcha. That's why it's under inventory, I suppose. I'm gonna give you a gift. Huh? Why am I taking this gift? This is so sussy. Do I get another life? What the hell? LGBT pink gang. Ooh, spells will deplete soul. Okay, it's like mana. Oh, sick. Yo, that's sick. Now we're awake. I was wondering whether you'd do me a small favor. The beast. Slay the beast. It's good. This door will not open until you have slain the beast. The heart of the temple. I wonder if it's the beast I just killed. Snail. Snail shaman. Oh, you can't... You could only do it horizontally, huh? That's crazy. What an asshole. I know, right? Will he get out of this room? Huh? Oh, another channel point. Very nice. Ayo, let's go. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Chill. I'm poor in stream points. Watch time gives you more points, bro. They all take about 3 hits to take out. Oh, there's spikes. Ooh, I thought about that one. Oh, shit. Come here, bro. Shit. Shit, I suck. The movement is mad nice in this game, though. Whee! Oh, it makes that thing So this thing is more annoying than it looks. That's interesting. I don't know if I want to go this way. It doesn't show. Oh, this is what gives me more mana. The hell? Oh, he actually falls. Oh, that's cool. It's super good, especially when you combine it with all the movement stuff you unlock later. Makes sense. Let's go. Oh, that was unlucky. Okay, I could probably get out already, but let's just get some money here. Oh, this is the extra cool heart. Yo, look how much life I have. That's sick. Alright, let's go back. I guess let's go back, right? Don't need to kill you. Oh, I can't fly up? Is there something blocking my way? I thought that was gonna be it. Okay, that's not as fast as I thought it would be. But we do have to go down here. Ooh. Oh, I see. They're making us. Oh shit. Oh shit. It took out one of my hearts. Oh shit. Wait, can I only hit it? I get it. I'm an idiot. I could only hit it with that stuff. Stop drawing me. I could only hit it with that stuff. So I'm supposed to kill the snails. I get it. I get it.
Monkey do okay. Monkey
Actually,
do pretty okay.
Terrible.
I guess.
Oh, I understood it way too late. I get it now, though. Wait, did I come this way before? The answer. Oh, so that was what it was about? Shit, I let you guys down. I'm sorry.
Hello there.
Hey, Epicuro! Of course I missed you. How are you? I gotta get better at fighting these. Don't feel bad. That's why I made the prediction. Pretty normal to die there. I knew you'd lose. Stream points relate to my money IRL. Same. I have an infinite. Bruh. Jesus. Oh, my egg is cracked. That's not a good sign. Oh, and he's gone. Oh, it's that thing again. Oh, it heals your egg. Weird. Oh, there was a bunch of mana stuff here, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Oh, and this is where you get the extra hearts. So they do this so you could prepare for the boss, essentially. That's interesting. Bruh. Okay, I need to gain more spirits energy. Alright. Oh, the extra heart stuff is not here anymore. Ooh. Makes sense. You look like you're powering up. I'm trying to. Oh, shit. Bruh. I'm a gamer. Oh, that's it? That That was easier than I expected. Damn, I really suck. I just remember I used all my channel points last time. Yeah, you bought I'm old. Up a fart when I heal? What? It sounds like a fart when you heal in this game? Yeah, maybe. Wait, what just happened? Soul Cat. I wasn't paying attention. Damn it. Hey. I've slain the beast. Ayo. I thought she gives me something. I got a new charm? Oh, that's what it was up there? I need to find a bench. Oh, I found a bench. Okay. Charms. Use those charms to draw more soul from the world around them. Increases the amount of soul gained when striking an enemy. Oh, cool. You could put as many charms as you want, it seems. Oh, we gained quite a bit. I was just trying to pay attention to it. Let's go. Oh, that was an accident. Alright. We have to get out of this stupid area. Which means we have to go back to her. We're not gonna go. This whole area is just going around. So it doesn't make sense to stay here. I wish we could go faster. Let's rest again. Because why not? Let's go! That was worth it. This area's still not in the map, huh? Jeez. Definitely worth exploring, though. We got a new move. Let's go. I think I've already done that lever. What the hell? Pop into the store in Dirtmouth and purchase a map. Is Dirtmouth where everything is what everything's about? Oh, we've been here before, I think. Oh, what a nice way to get back to Dirtmouth. Never mind. Okay. Speedrunner, speedrunner. Let's go. Oh, this is literally a way to go back up. Oh, but there was a boss down there. Let's go buy the map, I guess. Or buy something new. We have some money. What a nasty name for an area. Dirtmouth. The world is very well woven together. Woven? Woven. It is. It's pretty cool. So far. Let's go. Hey, Whammon.
Bapanada.
You'll need this if you want to update your map. Let's buy it. Name it Soapmouth. Soapmouth would be better, yeah. Bench pin. I don't want any pins or markers. I'm just gonna. Is it worth buying this stuff, or should I just keep? Should I just keep my money? I'm just gonna keep my money. Unless I should spend money on that. All of it is nice. Map updated. Let's go. Let's go. Oh my god. Oh, we see a. Wait, no. It looks exactly the same. Oh no, it doesn't. It shows the ancestral mounds that we just did. Cool. Bench and stack are useful. The rest don't matter. Okay. When she talks, she sounds like Google Translate saying banana.
Bapanada.
A little bit. Stag. What's stag? You mean cocoon? I don't know what stag is. Now let's buy bench pin. Wait, so now if I press on the map... Ooh, it shows me where all of them are, or only one location of them? Oh, it shows me all of them. Oh, that seems very useful. Don't worry about it yet? Oh, okay. Just had 2 chili dogs. Nice. Sounds pretty sussy baka though, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, I have the key now. Wait, I forgot I have the key. Didn't we find some key? You need to unlock a stack for it to show up in stat. Oh, okay. IQ plus? Question mark? Oh, I don't have the key. I thought I had it. Hide key? Huh? Oh, you could show where keys are also. If I were to buy that, I guess. Interesting. Has an insert on the back that would fit in a slot. I thought this was for this, but I guess not. Try not to laugh. We do that from time to time here, Ping Pong. We do it. IQ plus, but not for this. Oh. I guess we're gonna push bottom left here. That's what makes most sense. Top left also. We didn't do very well last time. He did well though. Yeah. It's hard to get me to laugh. Unless I'm trying to laugh, I guess. Or like, I'm just... If I'm trying not to laugh, I should say. That's the hard part. Oh, it's this thing from before. Oh, these are the ones I'm saving. Oh, that's so cool. And he gives me money for saving him. Yo, I get it. Oh, it's quite a bit to find, huh? Cool, cool. I love how you explore the game and then understand it better. You want to help save them all. We can always rely on the gaseous horse. That horse is great. I don't know. You guys might have overdone it. Ow. That was dumb. Got him limited edition heart-shaped Cheerios. Ooh, that sounds cool. You get good rewards the more you save. Really? Oh, the more of those things you save. I thought you meant the more you save in the game. I'm dumb. Okay. I don't know what that was about. Stop firing balls at me. Ah! Throw another little boy. Throw another little... What are you shooting? Jesus. Oh, I don't have enough to regain health. Let's go. That's a lot of money. Or feel. How long does it take for stream points to appear? I think you get 220 an hour unless you're subscribed. Then you get 1.5 times, 1.25 times more or something. And if you're tier 3 sub, you get a little more also. Why are you so good at game progression? My reading comprehension was so shit that the beginning of this game took me forever. Really? Am I good? I'm so proud of myself. So, I don't know. 10 each, 5 minutes. Is it 10 each, 5 minutes? Oh, that's interesting. There you go. Oh, you can move the map. Okay, good. That makes sense. Because I was like, bro, I can barely see anything. Okay, that just connects to that. We're good. However, watching streams in a row. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you could get extra points for watching streams in a row. You get an additional amount. You could pop in and then just leave. Not saying you should, but... Oh, shit. I had to do that, bro. I don't know what the hell that thing was going to do to me. I think because he found map fast, it took me longer to find it. Wait, are you guys saying I'm a pro gamer? For once in my life, I'm actually playing a game well? Oh, interesting. Oh, it even blows up with the stuff. Do not have a map for this area. Cool. Even when I got the map, I didn't pay attention to it though. Either stream's lagging or it's my PC. I don't know which one. Oh shit. Yo, those guys pop out of nowhere. Oh, he just died. Okay, so that just led back to this. When I find the map, I start progressing fast. You're really good at this game. You should 112%. Shut up. Anyone watch Free Guy? Maybe I will 112% it. I'm enjoying it so far. Oh. I'm enjoying it more than I thought I would, to be honest. Oh my god. Those big boys are big. I only have one life. You actually are a pro gamer? Guys, stop. I don't know about this game, but you haven't died yet. Yeah, I just died. Bad timing. Oh! Bruh! What were you saying? Do sub 40? Maybe I will. Maybe I... Bro, okay. Alright, I gotta chill, bro. I am having fun, yes. After Green Path, I started to understand how the game works, so I progressed a lot faster, but it was pretty slow till then. Well, apparently I understood it until now, and now I suck ass. Yeah. Jesus. That was pretty bad. That was really bad. Why did I jinx it so bad, or did we all? That's the sound I make when I take a shit. Yeah, why do they make those sounds? Get top 100 on speedrun? Maybe I will. Unless it's really, really hard to. Then maybe I won't. I mean, it takes so long to get beat stuff, I feel like. Oh, I have to find the black thing. Yo, give me more money. Is it gonna give me money? Thank you, Timmy. It doesn't give me money. Aww. Money. I'm happy I spent money on the other stuff. Let's go. I think it was around here, right? Ayo, I'm already back. Okay. Just making sure. Muscles. Look at these goddamn muscles, baby. Speedruns are fairly long. 80% world record is above 30 minutes. Others a couple of hours. Damn. Yeah, I don't know if I'll do it then. I have to... If I were doing a speedrun of this game, I would have to concentrate so hard on it. Which is obviously fine. The only thing is it's hard to read chat when I'm playing this game. I mean, it's not hard. Huh? It didn't explode. This is where I kept dying. Explode again. There's a meme runner that a streamer I watched did that took 48 hours because you had to grind a certain collectible in the least efficient way possible. Your stream is making 5M crash. Really? It might be Twitch, to be honest. Twitch has been having problems lately. Oh, these are stairs. I didn't need to jump from there. Are you serious? What is that luck? It still worked out, though. I had a 1080p. Are you able to change it? Because I'm an affiliate streamer, you're not always able to change it, so... Oh. Easy. You did? Oh, okay, cool. As long as you get the rhythm of the enemies, you'll be fine. Yeah, I figured that that's what you have to do. I would love to, like, speedrun it, or not speedrun it, but give myself a challenge. Maybe speedrunning, but... We still don't have this on the map, though, so we're gonna have to find another person to get it on the map, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, this is just the bench. It's gonna go down. All bosses run? Or maybe 112%ing it. I don't know. Isn't the shape of those pillars? Yeah, I think it's a pillar. Yeah, it looks like a penis. You're right, actually. What the hell? I didn't notice it until we said it. Why does it look like a penis? Look at that. I'm looking at it. If you know what I mean. I'm definitely looking at it. Anyway. Yeah, that's kind of sussy baka. Ooh! This looks cool. Did he just run away? Oh, they explode. Ooh, that's a cool attack. I don't want to go in there. You play Animal Crossing a lot? When it first came out, I played it in Japan. Quite a bit. I was living in Japan at that time. Yeah, I gotta kill the penis. The dildo stuff. I was playing it in Japan for quite some time. I was just wondering if you could make that jump. But then my friends stopped playing it, or they were like hacking it or something. Like by changing the time on the Switch. And I didn't really want to play it anymore after that. Otherwise, I could have been a Animal Crossing streamer right now. Who knows? Start with 112%. Speedrun is fun, but you definitely want to know the game super well first. Makes sense. I remember grinding fishing so hard. Yeah, that's the thing. It's very time dependent. Okay, I feel like I definitely had to go the other way, but let's just see what's here. I feel like this just leads back to the entrance. We're gonna ignore it for now. Unless I'm wrong. Wait, because what were we... Oh, yeah, the guy was there. Yeah, let's see if we could go left, essentially. Okay. I mean, that pathway might lead somewhere. It does. Oh, it's the same area. Okay, it just connects. Also, the speedruns require you to beat a bunch of bosses with near minimum upgrades. That sounds fun. Oh, shit. Should have expected that. That's so cool that there's like another Hollow Knight guy. Oh, could I pull that down? Oh, I do have to pull that down. Okay. There we go. Gotta get rid of all the dildo stuff. Oh, it actually killed it. I wasn't sure if it would. That was sick. Yeah, let's see what's down here first. Oh, shit. I'm dumb. Alright, we're gonna have to go around to get to this, I guess. Or maybe this is just to go back. Jesus. Do you still play Animal Crossing, Ping Pong? Easy. I should have just crushed it. Bruh. Let's go. Whee! Oh. That is kind of scary. Okay, this leads to something. This leads back. Ah, and it makes a staircase. Got it. Before doing this, let's see what else we missed here. There's definitely a guy here. Penis dildo. We'll get rid of that. Oh, it's the guy! Yes! I like this. Oh, this is so cool. I want to find a bench now, though. I don't want to die with this. Interesting. Okay, it looks like I don't have access to that top part yet. This is definitely where I need to go. Oh, wait. Oh, shit. I was like, wait. Is this the map of this area? Cool, 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 cool. Haha, that's sick. What's Hollow Knight even about? Well, you're watching it right now. I guess about a guy upgrading and taking out bosses and exploring the world. Oh, look at that penis. That's, They have all colors of the penis here. What does this lead to? Is this a onsen? The bathhouse place? Oh, shit! That's a boss. You feel the urge to stalk, to kill. Oh. You can't unsee the pillars. I can't! Now I just see penis because of you, Epicuro. LGBTQ penis, exactly. Press to open the menu, then... Wait, what? Defeat enemies to add new entries and decipher the hunter's notes. Okay. Does it say anything else? Don't delay, descend into the belly of this world. I wonder if I'm the bad guy this whole time. That'd be interesting. How do I do this again? Let's look at the inventory. I want to see if we have... Okay, here's the journal. Timid... Oh, it just tells you about each of them. Defeat 18 more to decipher the notes. Oh, cool. That's pretty cool. Oh, how about these? Defeat 5 more... Oh, that's really cool. Okay. Oh, yes, those big ones. Well, we'll read about it later. Oh my god. I guess this is the new area. I kind of want to go to the left here, but... Yes! I saved another one. Let's go. Going through his mass murder list with great interest, right? Come after me, bro. What are you hitting? Let's go. Yeah, I could have taken the other route. It would have been a shortcut. But I wouldn't have found that... The little boy. Did I go explore down there? I don't need this. Oh, that means there's probably a boss ahead. Whoa, that's a lot of them. Oh, snap. I should have explored. I should have seen what... Oh, we were here already. I'm assuming. I'm assuming we were here already? Oh, I get it. Hydrate. Thank you for the hydrate. This is where we came down. I completely, like, forgot that we came down. Where's the third guy that was supposed to be here? Okay. We'll just ignore him for now. We'll have to go this way. Don't need you dying. Thanks. There it is. I love how it gives you like an idea of where they're going. Yo, what's up, Cortez? Thanks for the good luck. You know what I've been forgetting to use? I've been forgetting to use my other thing. What's up, Chris? I love how you guys both say what's up around the same time. Play Elden Ring? Nah. Elden Ring overrated, bro. If you have good video ideas for me, maybe I'll play it. I'm trying to figure out what video ideas to make. Ow. Oh my god. That was bad. I do play with me. That sounds like a terrible video idea, but okay. Huh? Oh, those are just guys in the background. Interesting. I feel like I skipped an area. Getting wombo combo. Whoa! I didn't even see that plant. Cool. Let's go. I don't need no money. I feel like I've been here before. How am I supposed to get past here? What? Oh. I didn't even see that. What the hell was that? Ooh, it's a little buggy. Oh, I see. I have to take out the grass part of it and then kill it. That was cool. That ain't Falco. How did I not know about Hollow Knight before? It is a pretty game, right? I knew of it, but I've never played it. My brother has played it, though. I like this area. It's cool. Well, I can't jump. Oh! I can't jump up there. Good to know. Okay. Really? Easy. It's a waste of my spirit energy, though. Can I can't chase it down, huh? Oh, I don't have enough energy to take it out. Okay, well, I know I'm going the right way at least. I hope there's a bench nearby. Ooh, what's that? Doesn't matter, I can't get to it. Do an exercise game for a video? Play like ping pong or something? There must be a bench somewhere here. Oh, that's for energy. They usually give you energy before versing a boss, I feel like. Yes. Oh, it's not even enough. Damn, I'm not doing like Wii Fit. Yo, Wii Fit used to be my thing. Okay, that's prickly. I think I need the quiver or whatever the doctor mentioned earlier for this, I guess. Okay, I could make that jump. Oh, that was just a shortcut to get to this. Okay. I really want to find a bench first. Let's go down. Maybe I missed a bench or something. Oh, wait. I keep forgetting I have a map for this area. Oh, there's a bench up there. Let's first see what's here. Ooh. Okay. Didn't need to that. You have the quiver. What fills in your map? Oh. I need something to, like, be lighter, I guess is what I meant. Let's just see what's here first. Get the fitness game on Switch. Is there a Oh, I don't want to verse that yet. Is there a fitness game on Twitch? Twitch. On Switch? Alright, let's go heal up first. Or not heal up, but... Can I make this jump? Okay. Let's go get the bench before anything else. Okay, there should be a bench up there. Okay, I needed that. I would hate to die with all this money on me. There's one with a ring. Huh? Yeah, I got 2. You got 2 fitness games on Switch? Or 2 ping pong games? Looks like there's a bridge. There's a thingy right here somewhere. Oh my god. I suck. Let's go. Such a weird area. It's so large. That's what she said. Ring Fit Adventure, I guess. The ring one, that's one. What is it? Like, how does it work? That sounds kind of fun. So many inspections. Huh? A toll machine with the system of a bench. Oh. Oh, that's sick. That's actually so cool. Map updated. Huh. All right, let's just go up here because it looks like it links back anyway, so we could explore it down there later. Nice, Ping. You do exercise by forcing a ring to become an oval. That seems very frustrating. Fitness dick in here. That's a good one. Ring Fit is Q Fitness RPG. Ring Fit. I'll write it down. Ring Fit. I want to do challenge stuff on stream for different games, but the challenge, you know, not taking super duper long. And I want to make YouTube videos out of that. And possibly stream less often until I gain enough subs and stuff to feel like I could stream more. That's what I'm thinking right now, but we'll see what actually happens. These guys are a little annoying too. Oh! I'm not waiting long enough. Challenge, lose 20 pounds of weight. Nah, that's too hard. Hold the ring and run in place and fight monsters and then defeat the dragon you accidentally summoned. That sounds cool. Okay. Did I miss anything here? Oh, I did. Oh, I missed something big. Losing weight. Damn, y'all keep talking about losing weight for me. I'm not that overweight. Oh, let's see what's here. I got so cocky to first. Oh, shit. Bruh. Oh, that was too much. Rude chat. Gaining the will to live. Sheesh. Hey, if you guys all subscribe to all my YouTube channels and my Twitch channels and give me $1 billion, then my will to live will increase. That was pretty cool. Oh, this is an area that's not on the map yet. So maybe I don't need to explore it, but... Oh, I thought I avoided that. That was bad. I've been watching you for over a year. All you do is sit and play games. You're not wrong. I was in line for... Ah! This is why you don't read chat while we play at certain areas. I was in line for a water slide once, and the wait line was 400. And 2 men with a double ring were like, we're under that, right? Aw, that's sag. That is sag. Feels bad, man. Oh, wait, no, I'm going backwards. I might be going backwards right now. Let me just go to where I know I have to go. Let me not confuse myself. I don't know if I'm actually going backwards, but... What the hell? Yeah, I think I am. Maybe? I don't remember, honestly. We don't have a map for this area, so let's just not right now. That's what we have liposuction for. I mean, yes, but no. Ow. Let's continue the story of the game. Let's go. How do I get up there? Let's go. Okay, this is where we went. I think this is the right way. Yep. Ooh, there's a butterfly. What the hell is that? Ooh, he has a shield. That's sick. What the hell? Come on, hit me, baby, one more time. Too easy. Let's go! I didn't even get hit once. That was easy. I know that wasn't a big boss, but Challenge make enough money for a liposuction. Liposuctions. Keen's your fat and lazy, bro. How many balls does man have in his mouth? IQ plus. Let's go. Let's go. We've been IQ plusing a lot lately. Let's go 1,000. It's been so long since we've had 1,000. Okay, that was easy. Huh. Okay, this is another area we've never... Wow, okay. So we don't have the map for this. I love how it shows the different, like, color to show different parts of the map, I guess. It's pretty cool. Alright, let's jump up there. We can't get there. Oh, come on, Dinell. I died 5 times at least to that guy. Really? Yo, I'm a beast gamer. Let's go. My uncle got a high IQ test and made his license plate. It said my IQ 170-ish. That's very random, but okay. I feel like my IQ is probably pretty low. Oh, those aren't the ones that fly at you. This just connects back to this, right? Unless... Ooh! We'll come back here later. This is sick, though. Wait, you guys said that it would show the areas I didn't... You guys, like, areas I've explored? Like, when I get the map, it'll show that I've explored it afterwards, or nah? Like, it'll show it filled in, or nah? What the hell? That was bad. Whoa! Oh, it's running away. Oh, maybe not. Okay, it looks like I have to spirit tomb it. Damn it. Oh, every time I spirit tomb it, it tries to get me. First try, I need the points. Oh, is this a big boss also? Oh, someone died here? Oh, that's so cool. It shows like someone died here before. Okay, I don't have enough. I gotta get his attention, then make him push at me. And then hit him. Come on. Okay, there we go. Shit. Good, good. Stop it. They're easy to kill. I just gotta think a little. Alright, we're gonna take it out. Putting against you to get the win-win trade. You have to bench for it to update. Not a huge boss, but it's officially classified. Oh, cool. How many bosses are there in this game? This is sick, honestly. Yeah, I need to get better at doing that. Okay, we got a few hits on him. Hit me, hit me! Oh, shit. Okay, that was good. I don't wanna risk shooting stuff at him until I get more health. Okay, this should be easy. Damn it! That was an accident. I thought I could stand mid-air and hit and do that. Let's go. Easy. Oh, is it gonna explode? That was easy. I took my time, that's why. I didn't know that was a boss. 52. Oh, cool. Ooh, he came back alive. Oh, I'm probably gonna have to verse that guy later. Interesting. Time to bring me my money. Doctor, you're modding right now amazingly. And I really appreciate it. Good job, bro. This is a good game to mod. for or like do predictions. You made the worst mistake of your by saving Zote. Don't tell me that. Don't spoil the game for me. I want to verse him. Never mind, 47, but there's also varying difficulties. You can face each boss. Only allowed one hit. Cool. Oh, you guys didn't put many points on that, huh? Okay, so that's what this little area was for. Interesting. Cool. Oh, shit. There's another one of these? Well, there's too many guys there, bro. Bruh! There's two of them? I don't know if I want to verse 2. I'm just gonna get my money and run. Shit. That was bad. I don't have enough health. Where's the bench? Should I go back to the bench? Oh, I had to go left there. This wasn't even an area to get to the guy. Interesting. Now just keep saving him. I'm trolling, but I hate him for personal reasons. Oh, okay. Why does this feel like a different area? What? And why doesn't it show like I've explored it? Oh, because you could go up to the top left. All right, let's go heal at the bench. I don't know if I have to pay 50 every time I heal at the bench, but... But I feel like it's worth healing now, right? Oh, here it was. Let's go. Oh, you don't... Oh, yeah, I wouldn't need to pay. That makes sense. Map updating. Oh, you're saying the map updates every... Oh, I see. Oh, it shows me Forgotten Crossroads is to the right. Do I have to go all the way to the... Oh, no, that's where I came from. Oh, it looks like I almost made it where those 3 squiggly lines are. I don't know why I didn't go there. All right, let's try to make it there. Maybe it was blocked. I don't really remember. Ow. Ow. Bruh. Mad annoying. Okay. We're doing good, baby. Okay. So, okay, now it shows we've done this. Okay, so I have to go all the way to the left, it looks like. Which I didn't do for some reason. I don't remember what reason. Oh, okay, that was an easy jump. Oh, the other one doesn't come out yet. Oh, shit. He attacked twice. Stop it. Am I the only one skipping frames? Oh. It might be because I'm 1080p streamer. Can I hit those? Oh, I could. It doesn't give me anything for hitting them, though. Huh? Oh, shit. Damn, that wasted so much of my energy. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. My resolution can swap between 2 different resolutions. Speedrun is a tag, by the way. Ah, it's okay. Thanks for letting me know, but... How you doing, Fairy? Did you ask out the girl? First try Hornet? Are these called Hornets? Oh, shit. I was not having that anymore. Those guys are a little annoying. Unless it's supposed to be a Hollow Knight speedrun. Nope. Of course not. Still haven't seen her. Gotcha. I see her on my... Oh, that's right. I forget what day of the week it is half the time. Don't worry about predictions. You'll know when you know. Oh, Hornet is the guy I've been chasing around, isn't it? But, okay. Oh, shit. I can't hit this little boy. Am I going... Where am I going? Oh. What's this? Here we should wait for the green child. So maybe I have to come here when I get something. Oh, I can't hit him. That's annoying. So no Mario today? No, we're gonna do Mario later. Yeah, we're gonna do Mario later. This is God Monkey stream. Basically, when you... I don't know what the hell I was thinking there. Basically, once a month, there's something called God Monkey. Whoever has the God Monkey is allowed to pick a game for me to play. And Doctor has it now, and he chose Hollow Knight. Let's go. I like this game a lot so far. I like it more than I expected to. I thought it would be a very dark game, but it doesn't feel like that, you know? It just feels very, very fun. Oh, I can't heal the last one. I definitely would have made you choose Mario Odyssey. If it costs too much, I don't know if I would buy it, per se. But maybe I would. I definitely would if I had Moni. Mario Odyssey. Whoa. Oh yeah, you love Mario Odyssey. And do a speedrun of it without ever playing it? Mario Odyssey is the one with the caps, right? Where you play it, you have to play as Mario's hat and his other thing also? Or is that the wrong Mario? There's two ways to go this way. Oh, the other way just goes back. How did we miss this thing to the left? I'm getting so distracted, I missed it. I don't think I have to go this way. I'll buy it free if you promise to learn how to speedrun it. I'll be honest, I don't know if I want to get into speedrunning. But we'll see, I guess. Let's go. I suck. I have so much money, I gotta spend it. Bye, penis statue. Goodbye. Alright. We're finally getting there, right? I have to go to the left. Journal updated. Hey, I killed enough of the birdos. And this game has so much exploration. Huh? Didn't I kill those two guys? Do I have access here? Do I have to kill them twice? Oh. Come on. That does so much damage. Huh. Interesting. I guess I have to go back up. It's something else I could race you in. And personally, I found Mario Odyssey more fun than SM64. I feel like a lot of people do. Maybe I will. How long does it take to do a run of it? Like a decent run. 250 hours is a lot. Kind of. Well, it's not a little. Let's get more coins, baby. I want to move around faster. Nice jump, Pink. Nice jump. This thing followed me all the way there. I gotta go all the way back. That's annoying. From falling once, I have to go all the way back. That's fine, though. Bruh. My Odyssey is fun to speedrun, too. I'm not gonna make him learn min caps. I don't know what that means. I'm reading backwards. Minimum caps, 1-ish hours. About an hour and a half, but it's so varied that you don't get bored partway through. Cool. I'll probably get triggered, though, if I screw up a lot. It's fun to speedrun. Min caps is a bitch and a half. I haven't tried speedrunning it. Doesn't have the stairs trick. I don't know what that means, but cool. Oh, it doesn't have like BLJs? Oh. Like something annoying like BLJs. Sorry, I had to do something. What happened? Nothing yet. I'm understanding that I think I have to go this way. But I'm not sure. Because the game doesn't tell you anything. I tried to go... I don't have a map for this area, though. I didn't lose to Hornet. I didn't... Hey, don't lie, bro. If he does a prediction, no one can get their points back. You see? If you're gonna do that as a mod, bro, I don't know. Alright. Trolling, or did he lose to Hornet? No, I didn't even get to Hornet. I don't know how to get to it. I'm just exploring this area now. You can't long jump backwards long enough. Whenever I talk about how fun Mario game is, it's almost exclusively about speedrunning it. Ooh, cool. Ranked, SMO, SM64, SMG. Oh, so SM64 is second. That's cool. Having fun here, guys, right? Lol. Ah! Alright, what the hell is this one? It's just money. I'm not complaining. I am Jewish, but... What the hell? I got an ad that is the gecko in Portals. Okay. Ah! Ugh. I have to make that jump a certain way. SMG is a stupid long and it outranks Sunshine. Hurts my soul and I hate it. Okay. How do I... There's no way I could pass this right now, right? I don't know if I should even try. I think I've explored all there is in this area that I have access to at the moment. That was not good. Yeah, I explored all of this area. Both Galaxy games are super long. You should try Mario Kart 64. We do play Mario on stream sometimes. I don't know where to go here. I'm thinking, oh, all the way to the bottom left. That's probably where I have to go. Damn, they follow you till the depths of time. What the hell? All right, see ya, ping pong. Have a great one. Mario Bros is also really good. What's the game where I used to play this a lot when I was a kid? You verse other people, like you're Mario and they're Luigi. That game's really fun. Mirror's Edge is fun though. I don't like speedrunning racing games. Galaxy 2 is still way longer than Galaxy 1. Annoying mosquitoes. Yeah. They keep getting in my way. Don't need to fight ya. I mean, probably do. Probably do need to fight you, but not right now. Oh, it shows the direction, I think, kind of. Huh? It shows the direction. I just realized that. Oh, cool. Oh, there's another bench. Look at the big man still streaming. What's up, Jared? Of course, baby. This game's fun. What did you play the Mario versus game? DS? DS or game? Yeah, probably DS, yeah. Mario Bros is fun, but super optimized at trying to get a somewhat good time. Takes hella practice. I like beating the game in 20 minutes or less. You could be talking about Mario Bros, Smash, Mario Party, or some sports game. We need more specifics. It was like a 2D platformer, like Mario. Like regular Mario game. But you could play against other people also. I feel cool. That is cool to beat a game in less than 20 minutes. If it's DS, it's probably New Super Mario Bros. Oh, okay. That game is really fun. Maybe I'll play other people. How did I miss this area before? Or I just skipped it, yeah? This is where the boss is probably. Oh, the toll goes away. What? That's not even the area I thought I was in. Okay, let's see what happens. Wait, what? It doesn't let me go in. Weird. Okay. Probably New Super. You need to be in the same room to verse someone. Okay. I don't know why I couldn't go in there, but that was cool, I guess. Ow. Ring the bell, fool? Oh. How do I know? Everything for interaction, it shows... all the interaction stuff usually says interact, and then you just interact. But I can't interact it. Oh, that makes sense. What the hell? Jesus. Oh, he takes you up. Oh, that's sick. Just hop onto the platform, give me the signal, and we'll soon be on our way. Oh, that's so cool. Wait, so if I travel back here, I'll be back in this area. Okay, let's spend our money. You've been hitting every... till now? Have I been? I don't feel like I have. I don't have an official time currently. Set up my Switch for streaming tonight or tomorrow so that I can record a Mario Odyssey run. Nice. How cute is that creature? I don't know. It makes some weird ass noise. It's kind of cute, I guess. I don't know. Let's go. That's why the stat pin is nice. Oh, I see. The mind sometimes plays tricks when you spend a lot of time alone. The other residents went down. Oh, I couldn't talk to him last time. That's why. Elder Bug. Perhaps dreams aren't such great things after all. The stack station is opened. I'm quite content where I am. Visit the temple. People pray there. After a while, they stopped going. I wonder what changed. Cool. So different areas open up as you progress through the game. Wait, no. I want to go to the store and see what I could buy. Oh, it's the guy. Why are you skulking in the shadows? I'm Zot the Mighty. Oh, glory to me. Oh, he's like ignoring the fact that I saved him. Or because they all look the same, he doesn't even recognize me. Papanada. Wait, these are really cheap. I might as well just buy everything, no? Have a great night, Epicuro. Have a great night. Oh, glory to me is a mood. Sounds like Russia against Ukraine or something, you know? You know what I mean? I'm just gonna buy everything. I feel like money's not hard to get at in this game. And if I save, I don't lose any of this, right? What does she say? If I get everything in her app.
Papanada.
You've bought so much. You've cleaned out everything. I do wonder what he plans to spend all that geo on. Why do they only have one stock of everything? Well, I guess because everyone's dying. Look at all this stuff now. Cool. Okay. That was cool. All right, we need to take the stag thing. Ba panada. That's very accurate. Ba panada. Yo, what's up, bro? I rang the bell, baby. Oh, I'm supposed to go to the this. Damn, he quick. He's like a horse. Oh, there's another seat. Oh, can I change between players and I get access to the guy I'm about to verse, possibly? That would be cool. Let's go all the way down. I'm happy we stocked up with everything. Oh, shit. Yeah. Oh, shit. I completely forgot. Like, I don't know why I'm being so not cautious. I wonder if I could break this with the spell. It seems like I can't do that mid-air. My finger just locks in place, and when I forced it to move, it cracked in such a way that was so satisfying. I hate when fingers crack, but it would be cool. Oh, it seems like that is a thing. Bro, I'm so good at video games. Wait, I could probably blast away the vines with my thingy. I didn't even think about that. Oh, I remember this now. Okay. Am I supposed to hit this? I don't have enough to, like... Can I jump over him? Maybe I jump over him? Nope. Almost. I hate when other people's fingers crack, but mine do it just by moving sometimes. It feels pretty gay. Yeah, I don't like when other people's fingers crack much either. Alright. I think what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna get better at video games. I'm gonna get some more energy. Oh! I have to... I keep forgetting these things are there. Oh my god, I have one heart. I didn't even realize. I need more spirit energy. Ayo, we got enough spirit energy. Albeit rarely my ribcage. A bit of tech that is useful, you can pogo. If you jump, then hit down on something, you'll get launched up a bit. Oh, shit, that's sick. Like this? That's probably useful for the next part. Cool. He didn't even die. Can he die? I did not mean to do that. Oh, you could jump off of him. Try riding him? Bro, why would you say try ride? You're such an asshole. You know, you gotta stop reading messages backwards or I'm gonna have to start sending paragraphs. My bad. It's good I saved. It's good I saved. It's really good I saved. Whee! Come here, big boy. So cute. He is actually cute. Epicuro was right. Oh. I meant ride him with your... with my what? I guess I should rest here. Oh, my thing is broken. That's not good. If it breaks all the way, I probably lose the whole game, huh? Ayo. I think I might be tired, but I also want to play video games. You're not sure what you are? Such a conundrum. Take a nap. Oh, I was testing it out. I didn't mean to. Oh, there's the black thing. Okay, that worked. I needed that. I feel like I could kill this, but... the hell am I supposed to do now? Huh? Huh? Tiredness is indeed inquit. I'm drunk again. Sheesh. I actually don't know where to go now. I'm lost for the first time. Oh, all the way to the right? I don't remember what the pins do. I gotta check what the pins do. Vendor. Oh. Or the top right. Hot spring. Stag station. I don't know. You cannot pogo off the... yeah. I see that. Since you're not going to play Horizon 2, I want to hear some spoilers. Can you sword bounce off the floor? Nope. Oh yeah, I was looking at that. We shall never hit. Can I hit this? With my power-ups? I don't think I've tried that. I want this on a t-shirt. You cannot pogo off the cactus. I'll make the merch. Tomorrow. If you buy it. Tonight. What? Alright, there we go. Let's see if we could shoot them. Nope. Cannot shoot them. I could have sworn I went this way before. I definitely did. I don't know which way to go. Oh, in the middle. There's stuff in the middle here. But I feel like I would have gone in the middle if I could. To buy you Sma if we learn to speedrun it? Maybe. I'll let you know. I'll keep it in mind. I'll let you know on the Discord. How do I go up from here? Oh. There's literally a roadmap to go up. I guess I just didn't want to, for whatever reason. I'm down to help pay if you learn to speedrun it. You guys really want me to play it, huh? This seems like... cool. There's also a great series of beginner tutorials, so it's super convenient to get started. What the hell? Let's not go that way. What the hell? Oh shit. Looks like I can't go this way yet. I'd prefer you play OG Ratchet, but that will suffice. This is cool. Oh, I forgot they run down. But your ration isn't actually that fun. Oh, you're gonna take that? That's pretty good, but I don't have any desire to go back to it. What's the point of that area if we can't? Oh, there we go. Oh, what's here? Is it literally just guys? Ow. What the hell? I could barely see him. That wasn't too bad. Oh, it's for money. Everything's about money in life, huh? Let's go. I must be able to unlock more stuff soon. Okay. I feel like I'm definitely going there. Oh no, I just connected back here. I go to the top right now? I thought I was stuck on the top right. I am confusion. Okay, the birds are showing me the way. So I think I have to go to the top right. I had more. You ever check your map for important symbols? We're talking about PS2, right, chat? Make sure I'm dunking on the right game. Yeah, I thought I have to go to the left area. But I don't know. The map doesn't really help me here. Or I guess the big map. I was following that guy. Let's just go this way for now. I want him to play OG Ratchet. Lol. No. Wait. I've explored all this already. You trying to make me speedrun it by saying I know he can't speedrun it? What do you think, I was born yesterday? I was. But that won't work on me. I got full everything. Okay, I think I know what I want to do now. Let's go back to this area. Nah, I know you can't. Yeah, shut up. Yeah, I can. You're just jelly. I've been here. Ow. Thanks. That hurt. Ow. That wasn't as cool as I thought it was gonna be. Shut up. You haven't seen how difficult it is. You're not wrong. Oh, I could have. Oh, I couldn't have gone more. Oh, there's an area on the bottom there. Oh, I feel like I gotta go to that thing. You know what? I'm gonna try to figure out how to go to this thing. Don't tell me, guys.
Sumaluma Dumaluma, you assuming I'm a human? What I gotta do to prove to you I'm a superhuman? Innovative and I'm made of rubber so
song,
that anything
song.
you say is ricocheting off of me and it glued to you.
Everything I say is ricocheting. That's not how it goes, Ping. I don't care. I'm singing. Just let me be peaceful. Bruh. Ha! He killed. Oh, he didn't kill him. I thought he would kill his own guy. Bro. I'm stuck. Huh? You're still. Oh, it's the last thing. I forgot about that. I was like, what just happened? That was pretty bad. I feel like so lost. I feel like I have to go left. I like your hat. Thanks. Hey, what's up, Ryan? I'm gonna eat BRB. All right, cool. I enjoyed learning smoke because it was so nice to pick up, and the little tricks you do to save time are fun and unpainful. Cool. Bro, I killed this guy already. Ah! Oh, I actually hit him. Why is he still alive? Did I miss? I missed this place somehow. What the hell? Oh no, I don't have full health. Unlike BLJ's, which hurt my soul. Just work it. Oh, hi, Ryan. Bye, Ryan. Dinel's going to get food. Unlike BLJ's. Yeah, I think that's fair. It's time. Ah, it's time, baby. Just working away. Huh? Alright. I've seen you creeping, stalking me. Yeah, I like you. You just look pretty hot. Oh. I expected that. Oh, it was a boomerang. I did not Bro, I can't heal. Oh! Alright, I was not ready for that. Yeah, first try is insane, bro. I don't think I could first try that. I'm not that good. How the hell did I get there, though? And is there a... Oh, there's a bench right next to it to save. They did it intentionally. Okay, I'm gonna save on that bench. I want to get full... I also didn't have full eggs and everything. I gotta get full eggs before versing that, okay, guys? You guys don't understand. If I had full egg, I would have killed it. Possibly. Really wish I'd put... Second try? Oh, you guys are barely putting points. Well, to be fair, I do not want to get food. Ooh. Did you make it longer? Nice. That's what she said. Let's go to the thing first. Oh, it's right here. Oh, that shows where benches are. I get it. Right? This is a bench? Huh? Oh. Oh, I'm understanding everything. Alright, let's rest here. We need to get more energy, and then we'll go verse him. We'll go verse Hornet. Okay. Ow. We have a little more energy, but not much. Because I got hit too much, but that should be okay, I guess. Bro, let's wait. Now I'll return it either way. So I win nothing if I win. If I'm right and lose everything if I'm wrong. I'll return either way, but let's wait for fun. Wait, you guys have over 1,000 points there. Looks pretty good. Let's wait for Dinel. Is that what you were trying to say? Yes, I need you. Okay. You were looking at the old one? Oh. Oh, there's no... Oh, I was gonna hit him and then... Oh, shit. Oh! Ow! Bruh! Come on. Come on, heal up. Oh shit. Come on. Oh, that's so far. You gain a lot by fighting it though. Oh, that wasn't that hard. Oh, what the hell? Oh, I didn't even kill it. That wasn't that hard. I was. Oh, we got to dash. Yes. Huh? Would it seek to break the seals? They must be undone. Let us sleep, little shadow. What the hell is that? Nice. Thank you. Oh. That was mad weird. Oh, I broke the seal, I guess, yeah. It doesn't require my energy to dash. Oh, that's sick. How do I reach that? Oh. Oh, this links back to the area before. Oh, there we go. 1100 seems too high. Hey, don't do that. It's good. It's a good amount. Oh, I guess now I should have gone to the bench to heal, but cool. Yo, this is sick. Let's go back. We've explored this area quite a bit. I couldn't find that guy though. That updates the map. Huh. Oh, I didn't know I could break the lights. Yo, this movement is sick. I don't know why I did that. I just really want to speed up. Oh! That was so dumb. Remember to do at least one SM64 run today? Yep, for sure. You already have the map for this area? No, I meant for the next area. Get up. I got way too trigger happy with the dashing. Gonna heal up with a full heart. I have been to the next area. No? Oh, I guess not. Oh, I could dash through now. Oh, I get it. I could dash through the area I couldn't beat before. Take out the penis statues. Yeah, usually for God Monkey streams. Usually for God Monkey streams, we do 2-hour streams. At minimum of 2 hours. Doesn't have to be on stream, but if you still don't get sub 20, you'll wish it was if it wasn't. I don't play at all off stream. I think I did one time, and after like 10 minutes, I just stopped. I don't know why I did that. Huh, okay. I still don't have access to that. Oh, you can't jump upwards? That's weird. I thought you could jump upwards. But I still don't have access. Can I go in there? Oh. I don't know why. It looked like a place I could go. Alright, I think we'll end this game here if that's okay, Doctor. Pretty fun, though. Pretty fun. It's kind of annoying that you have to go all the way down. Yeah, this is well deserved. You're not wrong. Let me go heal up real quick though. No, I'm not ending stream. Did it defend? Oh, I could go this way now. This game is addicting. Oh, fair. It does. Whenever I did it off stream, it was to practice individual stars. Yeah, I should do that. I should do that, to be honest. Because on stream, I feel like that's boring for people to watch. I'm just gonna get to the place to save. I'm not ending stream. I'm gonna play Super Mario. If that's okay with Doctor. We've been playing this for almost 3 hours. It's a pretty fun game. But I feel like we just accomplished something pretty cool in the game, so. Or like we beat that boss. The bosses aren't too hard so far. Let's go. Let's go. All right. How do you actually exit the game? You're good to do whatever. It would be super cool to see you continue sometime. If you like it, you'll definitely enjoy the rest of the game. Yeah, I do like it. A little bit confusing sometimes, but it's like it teaches you the game little by little, which is pretty cool. Oh, I have the markers. I did not mean to do that. How do I go? Yo, how do I? Oh my god, this is actually annoying. The buttons, Mason. Oh, there we go. Depends on your audience. If you're a full-run speedrunner, yeah, but I'm not. How much people are worse than me to help and better than to me to learn? Yeah, that's actually what Dinell does too. No, I beat Hornet. Hornet was easy, bro. I should have won first try, but I didn't have enough hearts going into it, and I wasn't feeling confident. He was easier than I expected. You should be able to open a save quick menu, escape, but your binds might be broken. Let's see. Oh, okay. We're good. Options. Quit to menu is okay to press. Yeah, I did die to it the first time, unfortunately. Did I press quit to menu? I'm gonna take this hat. Oh, my ears actually hurt a little bit. Okay. Progress will be saved. Oh, that's a first to see. It's pretty cool to see. No more Hollow. No more Hollow Knight for now. For forever. Just kidding. We're gonna open It's a Me Mario. It's a me Mario. Look how much stuff I have here. Oh, project execute. I did enjoy it. Yeah, it's not a game that I feel like I want to play for hours upon hours, but it's a game I like. You know, a couple hours here, a couple hours, like an hour there, an hour here. I think it's good. Why isn't it It's a Me Mario opening, guys? Oh, here it is. Here it is once again. I'm torn into pieces. There we go.
It's me, Mario.
Huh?
Hello.
Mario, you gotta fix yourself there.
It's me, Mario.
Da 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 da. Oh, you're so loud. I hate it. He's always super loud. Ugh. Bring you down to like 18. There we go. Sorry about that, guys. Look how set up I am for Mario. I enjoyed watching, so I'm happy you tried it. Nice. I know some streamers who don't play games off stream at all. Pretty much me. Just play games off stream on your own time so that you remember they're fun and not a job. Don't worry, they're not a job now. I don't make much on stream. But yeah, I used to play more off stream. I don't really have time to play games off stream now. I don't mind playing on stream though. I play games with friends off stream though, or like family. Mostly board games lately, but that's fun too. No, I really enjoyed that. At certain games I wouldn't play off stream. I would only play on stream, to be honest. Because I like interacting with people. That's the type of gamer I am. I'm a gamer boy. Wait, I pressed the wrong button. Boom. Let's do that. And let's do this. Hopefully this works. Hopefully it works. Hopefully it works. It's not working. Wait, it might be working. I'm dumb. It should work. We'll give it a second to pop up. Let me open the live. There it is. Let me open live split. We are good. Now I have a Switch. I'll probably bring that into work. Nice. The game's teasing you by showing you how you failed Bowser throws. True. I play Pokemon on my breaks. Nice. Let me open certain things. Okay. I am ready. I would do that too. If I would, you know, I would go to work and play Pokemon on my breaks. That sounds awesome. Okay. Should we spin the wheel? Nah. If we get a PB, I'll spin the wheel. Otherwise, I'm too lazy right now. All right. I think I reset it last time. Let's see if I remember how to play this game. I don't know why I did that. Let's see if I remember. Remember to time from reset. Oh, yeah. I haven't forgotten that since the first time now. I can actually focus on other stuff. I got too immersed. Noise. Okay. Do you guys like it better like this or how it was before? I have to have it set up like this for when I watch, like my camera, I mean. I have to have it set up like this for reaction videos. I'm going to react to anime and have a channel for that, but I'm the opposite. Can no longer do other things. Too immersed in SM64. I like it more when you're naked. Ooh. Well, I'll just show some skin. No, seriously, please let me know because I feel like this it might not be better, to be honest. I prefer this because you don't need to see my face. Okay. Nice, Pink. Sub 25? No. That's a bad prediction. Not a fan of the camera covering things. Fair enough. Yeah, I do like that it shows the stuff in the background better now. It's just, I feel like for TikToks and YouTube Shorts, it's not going to show my face as much. But who wants to see my face anyway? So I have to get used to this. It feels very different. Are you serious? Yes. No! I didn't realize he jumps there. Bro, what the? That was such a bad decision. Alright. I'm gonna reset that. Yeah, I'm gonna clip that. I already put a marker to make that a clip. Bruh. Sub 25 didn't happen, but you could still predict. It's okay. Press R1 as soon as you enter castle. What's R1? And long jump twice towards the Bob door. Oh, change the camera point of view? Okay. Yeah, please tell me tips like that throughout the run or like during practice, because I need to get better in movement. I feel like I could save a lot of time just getting better in movement, you know? Button to get into Mario Cam. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, I forgot for a second. Thank you. It feels weird like this. I don't like... I think I might have to put the mic on the other side. No, I don't know. Oh, no, I don't know exactly what will happen. I mean, you know what will happen here. You've seen me play it enough. I'm doing the same thing over and over. Oh, my God. That was terrible. I'm resetting that. No, that would be dumb. I'm not resetting it. That was bad, though. Bro. Oh, it's so confusing. Yeah, bomb clip could change stuff up. I'll need to practice that. It is unlikely. Bomb clip is a good prediction, though. When I see someone and Lakitu. Okay, well. When I restart a run, I think it's good. Like right now. Jesus. Better prediction, DDD first jump on sub. Yeah, so you could see for... Well, first you would do WF. If I get it in a first try, cannonless. That would be a good prediction to do. CCM, not screwing up, but I don't screw that up that often. Bit DW, not falling. Lava lands, not going into the lava. You know, there's a lot of things you could do, I think. DDD, first jump on sub. That's a good one, too. Just aim for the stairs and it'll be fine. I'm not going to try it. I want to try it off, not on a run. I'm not used to it, so I'm not going to be able to aim on the stairs well, and then I'm just going to get mad at myself for screwing it up. But I'll try to keep it in mind for future. If he makes it on sub on his first jump try, yeah. That could be later. Probably too late. No one's going to bet on bomb clip. Bro. Oh my God. I'm playing like a goddamn... Okay, can we not? I'm going to play it on the other monitor. I can't. I actually don't like how it feels on this side. Sorry, guys. There we go. I couldn't. All right. I'm not used to it. It felt really weird. It's just annoying because I'll have to fix the camera every time, but it is what it is. There we go. Also this... Okay. There we go. Now I look like a depressed child. There's no light. Why does the light not show well? Oh my God. It's like literally on my face. I don't like when it's too much light. All right, we're going to just do this. You pull my hair? I didn't touch your hair. No, I did because it felt good. I'm supposed to be focusing though, so probably not going to be predicting every split. No worries, no worries. If he makes it on sub on his... I bet you could do it now. You don't need to jump over the railing. Yeah, all right, fine. If I miss it though, I'm going to get triggered. Gonna be triggered. If your light is above you, it'll make you look more depressed. If it's behind me, it'll make me look like a ghost. I don't know. Oh, this feels so much better. I'll pull your bum hair. If you're I'm actually excited to play this. As much as Hollow Knight was nice, I think I like this game a lot. Or I'm liking it better. Why not aim the lights from your cock? It'll be too powerful. You guys will be too distracted, that's why. I have to get used to this now. Feels weird sitting like this now. CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Okay, that was better. It didn't really work out. SM64 gives adrenaline when you run and endorphins when you succeed. I guess, but unless I'm playing really good, like that felt like shit. Messing that up. But getting these long jumps doesn't feel that good. You know what I mean? Bro, why do I suck at it so much? Bro! It's like 1 out of 20 runs that feels like really good. Or not 1 out of 20, but for me, it's more so just the vibes. Just looking at it. It looks so much nicer to look at. I don't like the dark undertones of... They were better than I expected, but there were still dark undertones of Hollow Knight, you know? You're grabbing it too early, so you keep getting small bomb. Ah, okay. Thank you. I probably should have just long jumped that. By like a couple of frames. Yeah. Maybe I'll practice it more after this run. Why do I look more weak and feeble than usual? What the hell? Is the camera not... I feel like I'm putting the camera in a different way than I usually do. It looks so weird to me. It's like a Disney Dark Souls. Yeah! That's a good way of describing it, I feel. I think versing bosses are really fun in that game. This would be a good prediction in the future to put. If I get this first try. Let's go! Some people, the camera adds pounds. For you, it takes them away. Yeah. Honestly, people think I'm skinny, but weight-wise, I'm not. It's just not very visible. I got a stomach. When you get to the big bosses, it'll feel really nice. That makes sense. If I get to the big bosses. I always do this differently. Probably need to find a better way to do that. I got a quick tap for the jumps too. Stars. When? I have no idea. I cannot tell you. I wouldn't be able to tell you. I'm 217. Oh, you lost 3 pounds? No. I remember you telling us you're like 200 something. I don't remember how much though. I don't know if it's the same amount you're saying now or you gained or lost weight. Oh my god. Did that kind of work? It reset the thing. Okay, this is so far a decent-ish run. I screwed up Bob, but it's only a second. I want to watch you beat the next boss. It's one of my favorites. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Listen, guys. If you guys could help me figure out what to do for the main channel and for Twitch in general, that would be nice. Also 6 foot. Not super fat, just noticeably. Fair enough. I mean, I've seen you. You don't look like fat. You look like a little bit overweight, maybe, you know? You look like if you went to Japan, they would call you fat. If you went to America, you would be skinny. And in the UK, I have no idea. Hey. Ah! Oh my god. I play too much. I don't know why people in the UK make fun of Americans for being fat. They literally use their weight as their currency. Ah, it's so funny. It's about 200 pounds then. Wait, no. I saw you. Didn't you like do stuff like while I was streaming? Like you showed me how to do stuff live? And I don't feel like you're that big. Or really big at all, but I'm also American, so. You're worth 200 pounds. Pretty expensive, bub. I clipped some old stuff. Oh. Gotcha. Okay, so you're a little thicker. Nothing wrong with that. Well, I mean, there's health concerns, but you know, I'm not judging you. I mean, you should probably lose weight, but like, I don't need to tell you that. Is that I showed you live? Had no camera. Yeah, I guess so. I guess you're right. Yeah. Are you like shy about your weight? Is that why? Or you're just too lazy to put the camera? Or you were drunk out of your mind? Oh my god, I almost screwed that up. Sheesh. Okay, not bad, Ping. Let's go. Here we go, bitch. Just my streaming setup is on my proper PC, but that needs a new PSU. What's a PSU? Oh, gotcha. Proper setup? Is that what that means? If that's what that means, I'm a genius. Oh, you were doing it on the laptop. Gotcha. Understandable. Guys, we're gonna PB. I can see it. I can smell it in my ears. Bro. Could I have gold splitter that if I wasn't a dumbass? Power supply unit. Oh. English. It's a hard language. Clip that. Is that clip worthy? Alright, fine. I'll do it. Because I clipped it, I screwed this up. God damn it, Dino. Why do I listen to you? I should have clipped it at this point. It was on my laptop, which is why it was hella laggy. Clip that to shut up. No, you're right. I probably should, actually. Okay, I lost like a split second for that clip. I'm gonna stop clipping. I'll clip your mama, okay? After I have sexual relations with her. Just kidding. Hella close. Not reading chat. Bro, how? How do you not? Bro, how is it half the time I get enough speed to side jump, and then the other half of the time I don't? I don't get it. Bruh. Why am I so bad at video games? Okay, this is where I know I could save time if I don't screw it up. Okay, that was good. That was surprisingly okay. Oh, I almost screwed that up. Harry, clip it, clip it! You're such a troll. How? There we go. My prep PC is broke, so I'm using my laptop now. Yeah, I remember you saying it before, but I don't know why I didn't process it in my head. No, clip these nuts from your mouth into your throat. Huh? 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 Let's go. You need to be a little bit faster. Oh. I was about to say gold split. I didn't realize I was doing that shitty. I thought I was doing better. You got Bowser dance? What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Is it faster to go in and then leave? Or is it faster to do this? Because I noticed that you get out. You go in and you leave. You don't get out like this way. I mean, obviously I screwed that up, but... It's when Bowser dances. Oh. Nice. I didn't pay attention. So much times. Shut up, Dino. What's your thingy again? 3 hours? Doesn't mean that you can't see time saves, but yeah, my movement definitely sucks. Because I just move the way I want to move. I don't really like... I don't know the proper way to do it. Because I don't like proper ways. I like doing things my way. Or the highway. Go in and leave, it doesn't save much. It doesn't say much. I'm pretty sure you have to do it right to actually save anything. Oh, okay.
Actuality.
In actuality, you have a nice cock, Dino. Bro, I don't know. I shouldn't get excited for this run. You know why? I'm not gonna get excited for this run because BLJ's, baby. I did a quick run and beat it under 3 hours. Damn. That's pretty good. Nice pyramids. Yeah, thank you. Not a gold, so not nice enough, but thank you. I could have gotten the star from the Talon bird thank you faster. Bro! What the hell? What is this? Bro! Are you serious? Bro! What am I doing? That's so bad. Ugh. I wasted 10 seconds there. Or like 8 seconds. I wasted seconds. I tried to double long jump there to save time. Jesus Christ. My fastest is 34 seconds. That is pretty fast. But I don't know if you split at the same time that I do. Barton, Litchell, and I should have fast jumped there. I don't know why I always kick there. It doesn't work. Nice cock. Thanks. Bartain, Litchell, Jale. English. It's a hard language. Oh my god, if I missed that. I've never missed that jump on a run. I think I've missed it in practice, but... Okay, that was good. Bartain Lakyle Giley. You know, there's sometimes where you feel the momentum work so nicely. Sometimes I get that feeling, and the run. I know the run's a good run, you know, unless I screw up somewhere. Oh, yo, that shit's mad scary. I'm not even gonna front. Nice. Thank God. If I got hit there, I would have cried. Okay, we got some time saved there.
Mips, 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 mips,
Mips, mips, mips. That's what BLJ stands for. Oh, I was confusion. That's good. Oh, so scary. I screwed up the long jump, so that was kind of scary. I don't split when you do, but the time between two splits is the same because the only difference is animation that always takes the same amount of time. Oh, okay. I split at weird times, though. Like, with MIPS, I split, like... Well, you'll see it. You might have seen it before as well, but... I split it right when I get the door in, the frame. Like, right there. I don't know why. I split on DDD entry. That makes more sense. DDD's nuts! Bottoms! Someone redeem bottoms. I need it. I need it. I need it. We only have a few days left for sub 20. Which is kind of scary. I might have to do a 24-hour stream very soon. I also have to make a video for this. I feel like I'm swimming pretty well, though. Right as I said that, I felt like I screwed it up. Bro. Bro, I actually hate this game. How? Just jump, you fucking dumbass. Ah! I'm about to reset, bro. Bro, what the hell? This game is actually trash. This game's actually trash. I'm gonna end stream. Yeah, I was about to side jump. Jesus. And shut up, Tino. Man, annoying lately. You ever jump straight up? It's because you held back for too long. Oh. Well, run's over. Fucking stupid ass shit. Stop! Oh my god! How many times have I freaking done that today? I'm about to end this stream. I'm legit about to end the stream. Worst game you've played on stream today. Hollow Knight is boring, okay? Half the game you're just walking around. At least this game is not boring because you get pissed off every half an hour. Or every 5 seconds. And 6 tries? Nice, Jake. I just lost the run because I'm an idiot. Bro, I tried to side jump. Oh, that's it. Oh, thank God, bro. Oh my God. Jump, you dumbass Mario. Bro, you have no momentum. Like, God damn, what a shit run. You're getting tilted, you need to zen. You're right. Sucks to suck. Yeah. When you hold back, Mario starts tilting backwards, so you need to jump before he's pointed upwards. Ah, interesting. Gotcha. Alright, go play Minecraft. It's like what babies do. But, okay. Why would you play Minecraft, bro? It's like a baby game. Bro! Oh my God! Change title. Oh, great point, actually. Mods, can you change title? I don't know. Lol, you're so mad. Yeah. I hear you getting crazy on Elden Ring too. Don't worry. I'm not the only one. What was that? That's it. I can't PB now, but whatever. Depending on opportunities for you to get mad in Hollow Knight? I don't think so, but okay. Unless I speedrun it. Why would I get this mad on Hollow Knight? Doctor says no. Oh, I never rage. What are you saying? Okay. After a while, I learned to zen myself pretty well. But I don't think you had a goal of sub 30 and a time limit. That's what makes me rage the most, I think. If this was just casual, I wouldn't care. There's full hour-long boss rushes. Plenty of get mad at when you fail. Oh. Alright. You guys are right then. Maybe. I don't know if that was enough. That was not enough, was it? It probably was, because Mario was stuck. How'd you learn to zen yourself? Yeah, but have you... The thing is, like, I don't know. In my brain, it's like, if I don't get it in a month, like, that's it. I lost. And, like, I want to make a YouTube video out of it. But you're right. 2 years is a long time to play a game. How'd you zen it out? Thank God. I say thank God, but it doesn't matter. That's not a gold split or a PB. During cutscene, I shut my eyes and take a deep breath. I might try to do that. During cutscenes, I have to read chat, though. Yeah. Bro, I just had it. There we go. Jesus. Hey, listen, if I still get this thing, I could gold split by about 20 seconds. Why did I do that? I wanted to long jump that. Nice, Pink. Nice. If I missed that, bro, I would have not been zen. I'll tell you that much. Okay, that was good. That was actually good. That was good. The moment of truth. Damn it. That felt good. Really? Okay. At least I haven't fallen. Really? There we go. Took way too long, but I didn't fall. I think that's the first time during a run I didn't fall for that. Alright, we're good. You also need a there's always the next run mentality. That's the thing though, because we're getting closer to sometimes I have that mentality, but because we're getting closer to the deadline, it's harder to have that mentality. But you're right. When you're right, you're right. I don't know if I saved time with that, to be honest. Because it did take me 3 tries. Bruh! Bruh! I have to change my camera. I have to change something when I'm going for his tail. Because if I can't see his tail, it's hard to get it. Sometimes. That was good. I have to learn how to jump to grab his tail also. Shit. Too much. Sub 20 is a pretty huge milestone. A month was pretty ambitious. Yeah, but I'm pretty close-ish. I think I could do it. I just gotta be more chill. Okay, it's definitely not gold splitting, but... But it's better than usual. Good thing this is a leap year, so you have to extra day this month. Is that true? I feel like you're bullshitting me. This is not even a... I was thinking I was doing good there. I missed the Bowser throw, and I missed the... It took me 3 tries to get that trick. Oh, wait. It's February. It is February. This is the shortest month, too. I told myself, I don't care. It's the shortest month. I'm going to get it. And I will get it, baby. Yeah, I have 3 more days. I want to get BPT at least below, like, sub 20, you know? At least mentally, it'll make me feel better. Not sure you can sub 20 in the next 2 days. Very. Well, you know what? When I do, I hope you see that I will. Okay? Too bad it's not a leap year. Bum, 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 ba-da-da-da. I will PB, okay? I'm gonna do a 20-hour sub, like a 24-hour stream just to PB. Just for clarification, SOB and BPD are different. Okay, from my understanding, best possible time is if I did the best I have ever done in each split, right? And sum of best is... Or am I wrong by saying that? Can you give me the clarification? Do a 36-hour stream, to be honest. Maybe, but I'll just fall asleep. You want me to do you want me to sleep on stream? You want me to be one of those types of streamers? I don't understand that. I forgot to do the thing fairy, my bad. Ooh. Ba-da-da-da-da. Okay. I'll reach chat in a moment. Oh, I was so close. That would have been a gold split. Okay. Sub is the sum of your gold splits. This is the best time you could get with the current time. Huh? Oh. Wait, so isn't the difference that sum of your gold split, isn't that just static and BPT is dynamic? Isn't that the difference? BPT sounds so much better then. Because I know what my sum of best is when I reset a run. Also end stream when the last possible minute in the world. That's February. Huh? You know English, bro? Possible minute on the month. That's Bro. What did you even say? I know what you mean, though. Well, we'll see. If I end up getting sub 20 like 2 hours early, I don't know if I would want to keep going, you know? Maybe I would. I don't know. I might have to learn the trick to skip this also. Damn it. I didn't like the point of view for that. I don't know if this is good or not. Oh, it was good. Oh, I see. He means because of time zones. Oh, my bad, Dino. Still not a proper English sentence, but it's okay. When someone talks about their BPD, it's for the current run. Their SOB is just nice info to have handy. But you have that, like, I already have that info. Like, when I reset, I know what that is. So what's the point of having it on the screen? I already know what it is. Oh, but I know what you mean. Like, what I'm saying is I'll be happier when my SOB is below sub 20. So that your viewers know it. I mean, at this point, I think everyone knows. And we don't have thousands of viewers. It's not really necessary. If you don't know it, the best I could do is... It's around what it is right now. I don't remember. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Viewers could see it when I reset. Doesn't matter. I don't think people even understand how it works. But, yeah, I don't see a reason to have it on screen. I mean, I see the reason. Let me rephrase that. I see the reasons to have it on screen. I just don't want to have it on screen. But thanks for clarifying that for me. English. I always want to press the split button after that jump. And then when you're asked, you don't have to think about it. But no one asks me because I don't have thousands of people coming in. Also, it updates when you gold and you immediately know what you knew. Yeah, I don't mind waiting until the end of the run to see it, to be honest. I kind of prefer that. I don't know why, but... Well, I don't know if I prefer it because I haven't had it the other way. But I do like it. Because when I see a gold in the middle of a run, it makes me feel good, right? It makes me feel better about that run. But if I see a gold and I know it only saved me like 0.1 seconds, I don't want to know that. I'll figure it out after the run. You do get an extra 7 hours if you do DNL strat. Still going to be tough though. 36-hour stream. No, I can't physically stay up for. That's a lie. I can stay up for 37 hours straight. That's my limit. So I don't even need to sleep technically. Chat would have to be active enough for me to not want to sleep though, and I would have to be enjoying the game enough. I don't know. That was good. The longest I've stayed up was around 70 hours straight without sleeping at all. That's insane. To be fair though, I've never had energy drinks or like coffee or like stuff that actually would maybe make you stay up. So I don't know. I don't know what the longest I could do is, but just off myself, it's 37 hours. I ended up going to the doctor where they gave me little pink pills to knock me the fuck out. Did you have like insomnia or something? That's a lot of hours, bro. That wasn't bad, Ping. I don't think I've done more than 36. Ah, so we're similar. I've done it several times, like binge watching TV shows. I think that's the only... Maybe doing something else too, but I can't. Didn't use any energy drinks and I was absolutely shattered. That's insane. What made you not be able to sleep? Were you just like overthinking stuff? Oh, I'll need to learn how to triple jump that as well. I don't triple jump well. Ah! Come on! Let's try to stay awake till you sleep stream, where if your heart rate goes below 70, stream ends. I think normal heart rate is between 60 and 100. So below 70 would be dumb. Below 50 maybe? I don't know. If I screwed that up twice. I felt that in my soul a little, not gonna lie. Falling there, right? Jesus. That was terrible. I didn't even jump at it. The thing is, my CCM is pretty bad on my PB, so I could have saved more time there. I'm always comparing to my PB instead of to sub 20. That's why I would like to have a PB that's closer to sub 20. Heart rate does not go below 50. Excuse me, sir? Have you not seen people die before? You'd be dead. Yeah, so it does. Don't know why I couldn't sleep. Oh. It's kind of scary. This seems pretty crazy. How'd I miss that? Bruh! Are you serious? I don't know if I'll make it in enough time. Okay, it was fine. Oh, yes. I thought about the wall jump there. Nice. Nice, Ping. Nice. That was nice. Jesus. Whew. Ah. I tried to long jump, bro. Oh, God. Okay, that was okay. Oh, yeah, heavy blankets are good if you have insomnia, apparently. Oh, that wasn't bad. If that prediction doesn't make sense at the end of the run, will the 100th place be even or odd? Lol. That's literally just gambling 50-50. Gay Bowser is gone. I don't have insomnia. In fact, I should probably sleep really soon. Okay. Any plans for Saturday? That might be a gold split. Nope. Okay. Apparently my gold splits are pretty good. compared to that. I feel like I've got... Oh, I forgot to go in. Damn it. I screwed up. Whatever. I gotta remember that. My plans for Saturday is my AI project. Ooh, cool. And Mandarin practice. Ooh, even cooler. Well, they're both cool things. You know what my plan is? Record stuff. Think of ideas for stream. And goddamn play this game. Oh, actually, we're having collab stream tomorrow. That should be really... Well, today, technically. Depending on where you are, but... That should be really fun. It's gonna be with 4 different streamers. That we've done individual collab streams with already. I almost missed that. So that should be cool. Collab streams have actually been going... Nope. Okay. Collab streams have... Okay. Bro! Collab streams have actually been going well. Which is pretty cool. Creating an AI to detect hate speech and tweets. Okay, hate speech police. That actually seems pretty cool. But what are you gonna give it as variables for what's considered hate speech? I got better at that. Jesus, I'm pressing too many buttons at the same time. Can you add in a backdoor to consider all tweets made by Ping? Yeah, can you do that? Like, just for me. That kind of worked? Yo, people were really into that prediction, Doctor. Bro. I'm going into the fire. Okay. We have a huge data set of tweets labeled as abusive or not abusive. And multiple people, not just one guy. Ah. Well, hopefully that database... I don't know. UK laws on on free speech seem pretty crazy to me, some of them. Hey, Cortez! Yogi? What is that? But, you know, hopefully it doesn't... I don't know. Hopefully it takes out hate speech, but not free speech. You know what I mean? I don't know, man. The people are relentless. They want the gamba. They want the gambling. Then they don't want to gamba. I'm going on strike. Sheesh. Doctor is going on strike. Nice ping. You're actually a disgrace. You're a disgrace. But you could have been a bigger disgrace. That's okay. Yo, good luck. I was so lost. Thanks for the good luck, bro. Sheesh. Cortez, any runescaping today? Or are you manscaping? You get it? I'm so funny. I'm always so scared with that long jump. I'm getting more and more comfortable with it, though. Bro, I have to stop doing that. I do that way too often. I also have to figure out a better way to get that last star. You got so lucky today with drops. Let's go, baby. Let's go. I'm happy for you. Dude, but I do have to chill. You know what the thing is? It feels like you do so much. And then when you screw up one little thing, it just feels like shit. So even though I know there's more runs, it's just like, why, you know? But I have to remember, it's only like 20, 25 minutes per run. Like, I could pop out a bunch of runs and get better. Like, I really have to keep that in mind. I don't think I'll be able to grab him. Yep, I screwed it up. No! It's okay, Ping. This game is retarded. I'm an idiot. How? How? How do I get it every goddamn time? It's too close to the door. Oh, thank God. I would have actually punched the wall. Nice. Our laws on free speech follow the Human Rights Act, which means that it means you can say anything as long as it's not illegal. It's essentially just blatant discrimination and bullying. Yeah, I don't think bullying should be illegal. I think that's pretty dumb. But honestly, I don't know enough to like speak on it. But I don't know. I don't know. Things get really tricky sometimes too. But I don't think bullying should be illegal. It's a hard thing to like at what point do you... At what point are people responsible for their own actions? At what point... I don't know. There's like a lot of questions that are hard to answer. Okay. I didn't spend too much time there, so thank you for the tip, Fairy. Gold! We golded it! What? You see, I'm excited about the gold, even if it could have been a 0.01 gold. That's why I don't like the SOB being up there either. I mean, bullying should definitely be illegal. Really? You really think that? I don't think bullying should be illegal. Come on. But maybe it's because I'm an American. Okay, can you go up? It's not just a problem with children. I think sometimes... I don't know. Because then how do you define what bullying is, right? What is this camera placement? I generally don't think bullying should be illegal, but I could see possible arguments in changing my decision on that. Oh, we're red. Bullying is causing emotional harm to someone on a regular basis or physical harm. Yeah, I guess physically... yeah, you're right. I mean, physically maybe it should be illegal. I mean, it already is illegal, right? But emotionally is where it gets very... It becomes a much harder conversation to have. Because what might bring me emotional pain might not bring you emotional pain. And I think first world countries, populations... another gold! Let's go! I think people are getting way too soft. So, I don't know. I don't think, yeah. It was your good luck, Cortez! Yeah, I think bullying is good for some people too. People consistently commit suicide due to bullying. I think suicide rates and depression have gone up because of the internet, more so than anything else. But I don't think you can definitively say that it's gone up due to X, Y, or Z. Bro, a lot of things in life will bring you emotional pain. Just that's how life is. That's how life is. So I think people have to learn how to deal with a certain level of emotional pain. Go up, go up, go up! Oh my God! Can you not? It's okay. We have more runs. I don't need to get mad. I'll reach chat in a moment. Let me just concentrate on this. Yes! Smart ping, smart ping. Fairy, you've helped me control my breathing. Let's go. Okay, good. I'll be lurking when I play prop hum. Okay, cool. Prop hum's cool. It brings me emotional pain, but not you. Then it's bullying me and not you. Yeah, but if you give a punishment to people who bully, a lot of the times you're changing the wait. Let's go! I don't know if that was good enough, but... Huh? I'm an idiot. I screwed up the splits, didn't I? Wait. There's no way. I must have screwed up the splits. I must have screwed up the splits, guys. There's no way I'm playing this much better than usual, right? That was bad. But when you punish people for bullying and you change the definition of bullying to, like, be broader, that's when it could be dangerous, I think. It's okay. I'm gonna practice this. I don't care if I don't get a good run. This is necessary for sub 20 in my head anyway. Okay, run's dead. But, guys, that was insane. I got a gold split for BLJs too. I think people are sadder because they're more separated. That might be a factor too. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. People say that the more secular a country gets, because you don't have a community really to stand by, you know, that screws stuff up. Like, I've heard that being a thing. I'm sure that's true to an extent. I don't know how big of an extent though, because we do get pleasure with Reddit and stuff like that. It's not the same as face to face, but I wouldn't say it's nothing, right? That could have been good if I didn't screw it up. Maliciously, you see, that's the thing. When you're saying maliciously, right? Maliciously damaging someone's psyche, but sometimes it's okay. I'm gonna read the rest of that obviously, but. When you say maliciously, you're saying that intent is a factor that matters, right? So if someone is doing it in a way that's not maliciously, but it feels malicious and it affects another person in a strong way, should you punish that person? Should you punish the person that has affected the other person? I don't know. Like, it becomes a bit murky, you know? That's without reading the rest of what you said, so I apologize if that's irrelevant. Can I hit? Bad bits, but everything else that was really surprising. That was bad. Leading to trust issues and the inability to form proper relationships. I'll be honest though, like me personally, I have trust issues with people that aren't honest with me. I have more trust issues. So if someone would bully me or be an asshole to me or like troll me, and I would consider it bullying, like someone else might consider that bullying, but like for me it brings stronger relationships. So I mean, I don't know, depends on the person. Like, I would prefer someone to say like, fuck you, you're a dumbass Jew, all this stuff, instead of hiding that feeling. I'm not taking a stand here, but keep in mind, illegality doesn't necessarily mean prison time. People do plenty of illegal... That's true. That is very true. The enforcement of it matters as well. Suicide is illegal not to punish, but rather to allow the police to get involved. Legality isn't always about punishment. You're right. You are right with that. That is true. That is true. So I guess it depends on the enforcement and what it being illegal results in, right? It's just very murky. It's a very murky thing. Like, if you kill someone, even if you kill someone, there's context there, right? Because you could kill someone by accident. And sometimes if you don't have enough information, that could become murky. But someone's emotional, like, feeling and how you affect how someone else feels, that becomes very hard. I'm not sure you've ever been bullied. Do you think that everyone that's bullied takes it the same way? Do you think every human being reacts to inputs in the same way? Like, people react differently to different inputs. You're not going far enough to the left, I think. That might be my issue every time there. I've met plenty of bullies that were never not malicious. Well, I guess, yeah, bullying in and of itself means, like, maliciousness is kind of tied into that. I guess what I'm saying more so, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right, yeah. Maybe bullying should be illegal or, like, looked down upon or, like, all these things. I guess where it becomes weird to me is when you say, the way I was thinking of it was like when hate speech could result. But it all surrounds the definition of hate speech, because bringing emotional and how you define bully, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, it's hard to prove if someone is malicious. It's hard sometimes, right? If someone's like pushing you down the stairs and they're like, "Ha, you stupid idiot," it's pretty easy to understand. Even if, you know, if someone's like, "Ha, you dumbass, you're stupid, blah, blah, blah," like, it's pretty easy to understand. But sometimes someone could say something as a joke and it could be taken as a... Do you have trust issues with me? Nope. I don't have trust issues with anyone in chat here. I don't think so anyway, but... So you're going by Ping Pong Masters... Oh my god, this thing again? Bruce. I think that everyone who's bullied wants their bullies punished. And I don't think that's a... I went into a store when I was in Italy, and the guy that ran the store, he thought I was a Muslim. He's Muslim. He was Muslim. Well, he is Muslim. And I just was talking to him. I got to talking to him, and then he said, this is not bullying, but I'll explain why I'm bringing this up. He was like, the Jews control the world, this filthy Jews and all this stuff. And then he's like, where are you from? And I was like, my parents are from Azerbaijan. So he's like, you're Muslim? I'm like, nope. I didn't tell him I'm Jewish, but like, I wouldn't want him to be canceled or something. Like, that would just make his hate for Jews grow stronger. Like, this is something I feel like that's just like something you learn in school. Like, revenge is not the answer, right? Obviously, it's harder to do than to just say, but yeah, I don't care if people want their bullies to be punished. I don't think it's I don't think it's necessarily right unless it's a certain type of bullying. Like if someone literally punches you in the face, like yeah, there should be something to resolve that, you know? I think I was bullied, but I didn't know I was being bullied. Then we became friends. Never came to my attention that someone was mean until someone else brought it to my attention. But years later, I became friends with those people. Hey, God, I don't think bullies deserve rights to vote or do anything. Yeah, I just don't have that mentality. I think the more that you push down on people you disagree with or you hate or you dislike, by God, the worse, the more divided you become. But that's just my opinion. Okay, I golded BLJs. I had to gold BLJs there. It says plus 1.4. We're at 2029 now. Damn. We saved a couple of seconds there, guys. With BLJs, we might have been able to save more? Question mark?
Caught in 4K.
What was I caught in 4K with? I realized that people you get mad become my friends the more I know them. Bullies aren't just dicks.
Let's go.
Did I lose 13 seconds on BLJs? Oh, okay, good. Let's go. I mean, not good, but thanks for confirming that. I wasn't sure. That was a good run, though. You really helped me with the breathing. And changing the topic, so I didn't focus on Mario as much. Oh my god, with bomb clip and bits, we could get a sub 20. SOB. Change title, thank you. Jesus. Super Mario. I feel like it's pointless to have this conversation unless we bring up examples of bullying and what repercussions we would want for bullies. Because if we don't bring up examples, we're kind of just talking in like broad terms right here. I am noob. This is why I should be mod. Well, I think Doctor said he wasn't able to. A good bully can turn everyone against you. Yeah. Again, I don't think it's worth talking in generalities because I shouldn't have said what I said. It's a more complex thing. Let's go. I'm a bully. I call my brother a dumb face and a poopy head. Yeah, there you go. That's an example of a bully, right? Like, that's why it depends. I like playing devil's advocate anyway. Fairy, that sounds like just a terrible group of people. Yeah, sounds like bullies too. It's like there are different tiers of bullies, you know? There are bullies that could literally get into your personal life, ruin your life. There are bullies that, you know, it's a one-time thing. There's a bully, you could bully your brother. Oh yeah, I don't know. Thou who throw the stone shall be stoned. Give them weed. Yeah, what is it? Starts with an H or something. That guy from Egypt or something. Something's law. Like, you do to the person that they do onto you. I think that's, like, old-fashioned. I don't think that's useful. If you think everyone's against you, then you'll only see all the bad stuff they do and think it's directed at you, but you may just be manifesting it mentally. I mean, yes, but I'm sure there... Okay, I screwed that up. But I'm sure there are... Harambe, yeah, the Harambe law. Dinelli, yes, but I'm sure there are times where they could just be complete assholes to you. But even then, you still have control over how you react to them to an extent, right? If your stepsis says go faster, she may call you master from a wise man. Nice bars. That's a mindset that can come from bullying. Yeah. Yeah, Hammurabi. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. See, this is why you're a mod. You tell me what I want to hear. Hammurabi Code. That's what it was called. Okay, I screwed that up. That was pretty bad. I didn't even get Lakitu, but it's okay. I didn't screw up too much there. I remember I thought my friends were mad and hated me because I got a sunburn. But I got to hang with him, and now I feel like we're back to being good friends. Okay. Like, I don't blame people for wanting vengeance against their bullies. I just don't think that that's the best route. It's like, if someone killed my whole family, I probably want to kill that person. But that's probably not the best solution, right? I don't know. Like, we found out in the States that punishing people for their crimes, not really the best thing. Well, one aspect of, well, punishing them severely for their crimes, I should say. Yeah, I don't know. I remember my brother that he's a poopy head and a butt face and ugly. Okay. Bomb clip is a bit easier with zoomed out camera. Ah, interesting. Zoomed out camera. I'll try to remember that. Thank you. I think if I could get bomb clip, I need to get bomb clip consistently. I don't know if that's good. Oh, okay. Justice isn't vengeance. Just like, these words are thrown around. Like, I think we should really get into more specifics, because justice for one person could be a different thing for another person. Same as vengeance. To be fair, the US has draconian prison laws. And I think from what I've read in the past about hate speech laws in Britain, I think they're pretty crazy. But I haven't read them in a while, so. The street strikes law is barbaric. Yep. Revenge is the best. Yeah, I guess. Bro, just watch anime, everyone, and then life is chill. Just watch anime and life is solved. Like, there are no problems. I mean, there are problems, but you understand. I don't know. I'm not gonna lie. This might sound really cringe or weird, but I learned that vengeance is not the answer from Naruto. The old wise man who talked about how all MILFs are moms, but not all moms are MILFs. I mean, that is accurate. Yeah, just watch Overflow. It's good. I've never had any problems with what you can and cannot say here. Okay. Maybe it's in law, but it's not enforced. Like jaywalking. Maybe I'm misremembering. So, yeah. Maybe that's a good thing, though. That's pretty cool, though, that you're working on the algorithm. Algorithms. How good is your programming, would you say? Bro, can you jump? Bro. Calm down, Pang. This is a shitty run so far, but it also just started. If quit a run, check this out. Okay. I'm not quitting. Maybe I will. Where's Doctor? I want my daily timeout. Okay. I'm pretty good at Python. Ooh, that's sick. That's actually really cool. I worked a little bit with Python. I tried Python a tiny bit. I suck at programming. My dad tried to get me into it because he's a programmer. But yeah. That's what I'm writing my English, hard language. A-N-A-N-N. I'm going to start doing that to save time. I think I might start ground pounding. I have to have confidence to ground pound. Because it saves like a good 2 seconds. You know? I got to take more risks. Or else I'll definitely not get sub 20. Put music on? No. Sorry. Especially not with you requesting music. No offense.
No offense. None taken.
Ping, calm down. Yahoo. You go. Guys, you know what I wanted to do? I don't know if I should be saying this. This is so messed up. Should I say it? I don't know. I might say it. I thought it was going to be funny, but... I think there might be a distinction in perspective, partially as a result of differences in each nation's justice systems, which are wildly different. Yeah, for sure. Deciding which laws should be made depends significantly on how breaking those laws. True. So true. So true. When I first learned that, I was like, wow, that's insane. Like, you go to a pool, you dive in that pool, you break your head, you better be goddamn sure that from now on, that pool will have a no diving sign. That's how it works, right? For sure. Oh, I could just jump there. Oh, that was cool. I want to get the bits thing today. If I get the bits thing, I'll be really happy. USA may be going to war with Russia. Lucky I'm Ukraine. Ah? You're not Ukrainian. Doesn't even make sense. Huh? USA may be going... yeah. It depends on Putin. Everything's in Putin's hands right now. If Putin decides to go into other Eastern countries, Eastern European countries, or like Belarus hits it or something, and then Russia backs them up, that would be crazy. Because US actually has troops in there, and they keep buffing up their troops more. Yo, I got the side jump. Ah! But it was useless because I'm a dumbass. Anyway. In Japan, life was so different. I think, well, obviously, but... they had less, well, I shouldn't say, because it was only in my small town. There was less concentration on watching the kids in the playground and stuff like that. Oh, I almost screwed that up. Ah, can you side jump? Thank you. I think diving there might be more useful. We don't imprison everyone here, so I guess that might account for a difference. I mean, we don't imprison everyone here either. But we do imprison a shit ton of people. That is definitely true. That might be the difference in our perspective, to be honest. That might really be it. I'm not sure, though. I can't wait it for my favorite show. World War 3. World War 1, very good. World 2, even better than coming out with new season. Aha, so funny. Actually, I have a friend, or a high school friend, I don't really know her anymore, who's Ukrainian. She's probably sucks for her right now. Or her parents are Ukrainian? I don't know. She has family in Ukraine. What do you guys think will happen? How did I save time there? That was terrible. What do you guys think will happen with Ukraine and Russia? Do you think sanctions will push Russia to not do it? Oh, I remember to go in this time. Do you think sanctions will push Russia to push back? Do you think they'll hold on to the territories they got in eastern Ukraine and Crimea and then pull back? Do you think they'll... I mean, they're pretty much invading the whole country at this point. So I don't think they'll pull back, but... You know what would be really cool? You know what I was thinking? It would be real... And maybe this is what U.S. leadership is hoping for. Sanctions being so bad that the Russian economy, like, dies even more than it's already, like... I mean, it's not doing insanely bad, but from my understanding, not doing the best. Obviously, with COVID and stuff, the global economies are not doing the best. But if the whole world could hold sanctions against Putin for like a while, then even with Ukraine, imagine there's like a civil war, and they become like more like democratic or whatever, or not even necessarily more democratic, but they like oust Putin. Like the world would change drastically, and that could happen in our lifetimes. That's just insane. Because a lot of the times, like revolution comes from like economy's not doing well, so. Okay, that wasn't bad. Roblox are worth more than rubles. Yeah, they went down to the lowest they've ever been in history, but then they bumped back up a bit. The ruble against the US dollar. I think Russia would just throw the biggest nuke they have. Honestly, if Putin doesn't give a shit anymore and he sees his country is going to shit or whatever, you know, maybe he has cancer or something. He knows he's gonna die soon. I wouldn't be surprised if he just nukes. He doesn't give a shit. Like that's what's scary, you know. But would he do that? I feel like he wants to be known in history as like the man who made the Soviet Union again. So I don't know. Who knows? We're not in his brain. Russia had changed from Soviet Union in the 80s. True, but they still have, I think, the second biggest military in the world. I think. So, yeah. United States has 1% of its population in prison. 20% of the world. Yeah, I know. I didn't disagree with you, Fairy. I said we have a shit ton of people in prison. I would just throw it at them. War over. War not over. Because they have satellites in space that would see the nuke coming, and then they would... Ooh, that was the closest I've almost missed that. And then they would just throw nukes back at us. So that's the whole thing. There's historians talk... Well, from my understanding of what I've read, historians talk about something called mutual destruction. Any country that has nukes is basically deterring other countries because they're like, yo, if you shoot me, I shoot you, and we're all gonna die. So, unless you have someone crazy enough to just drop the nuke. If we had less people in prison, taxes would drop. I guess? Maybe? I don't know if that's how taxes works, but I'll just catch the nuke. Sheesh! Stats are so ridiculous. Yeah. I mean, stats... You gotta look at population-wise, too. From what I remember, they are pretty crazy. And you just stated them. But just saying that is not enough. You have to compare it to other countries in terms of population, per capita, stuff like that, right? Because like, obviously, U.S. would have more people in prison than, like, a country that's, like, 1/100th the size, right? I screwed up there. But they are pretty ridiculous. Russia has hypersonic nukes, and we have an orbital cannon. It's just COD Ghost. Bro, I don't even remember the story in that game. If I even finished it. Is that good enough to pick him up? Oh, thank God. I screwed up there a bit. But if I don't screw up here... Should be good? Ugh, that was bad. Oh, that was good. It's hella expensive to keep people in prison. Yes! Very true. So less prisoners is more taxpayers and... Oh, yeah. I guess I didn't think of that. I just thought more people? What? Also, like, a lot of people that come out of prison, it's harder for them to find a job, right? Because they went to prison. That's been getting better slowly, but they have that on their record. So then they go back to crime a lot of the times, and then they go back to prison. So that probably doesn't help. Let's just vote World War III or no World War II. Obviously no World War III, bro. I will be honest, when things happen in the world, I'm very intrigued by it. Like, it just makes me very interested, more so than, like, passionate or anything else. Bro, if I lose the run again to this, I'm actually gonna fucking... I'm gonna punch something. Oh my god. No, come on! Oh my god, what the hell's going on today? It's been so long since I screwed it up that much. Do more crimes, baby, more taxes. Bro. God, you're such a child. There are lots of places that accept prison workers lately. Yeah, that's why I said it's definitely gotten better in the US. Also, I think marijuana, the 3-strike rule, is not a thing anymore, right? So. Jump! I'm a pacifist. Everyone's a pacifist, bro. It's easy to be a pacifist when you're not in control of a country. Oh! I mean, everyone in first world countries are pretty much pacifists, I think. Oh, it's not really interesting. It's not an interesting position. Not to downplay it, but yeah. Good job. Time him out, baby. Even if World War III starts, I'm not joining the army, navy, or RAF. Okay. You want timeout? Enough of that. Damn it! I screwed it up. As a country, being pacifist would be hard. No, I don't think so. I don't know. Honestly, I think it's easy in modern day to be a pacifist. As an individual or as a... No, you're right. It's definitely harder for a country. It's definitely harder. I don't know if it's hard, though. We're a minute ahead. Wait. Why it shows 26:10? Ugh, it's not comparing against my PB. That's why. I think I'm playing good, but it's just... Bro. I'm actually kind of triggered at that. Weed laws have gotten softer. Yep. But lots of people who got sent for weed are still in prison. Yep. I think they should serve their time because the law at the time was broken. I don't know if they should. I don't know. It's a hard decision because a lot of them might have been hardened by prison. They might have become people that hate the system and the government, and maybe they'd... I don't know. But they probably shouldn't be in there for weed anymore. Lots of countries are pacifists with no armies. I think it's all about incentives. It's not like... Everything's about incentives, right? That's how I view the world. So a country has an incentive to be pacifist to grow their economy in this day and age, right? Because imperialism doesn't work anymore, as we'll see with Russia, because of World War I and II, right? And because of NATO and because of the EU. It's all about embargoes and stuff like that. That's why... Oh my god! There's not much incentive to start a war. For most countries. And why would people want to be in a war? When it means they can't travel as much, their economy suffers. The only people that would like war are people who like to fight, probably. But I could be wrong on that, too. Lots of countries like that. You're running against your average. Yeah, that's terrible. I don't like that. Yeah, it's probably against my average. Even if they don't have an army, they generally have a defense force. Yeah, but that you could be pacifist with a defense force. There's a lot of countries that don't have any army though, or they have like a tiny ass defense force, and that's more to quell domestic trouble than international trouble. War profiteering is not as much of a thing, but definitely it was for most of history. I would argue that it's not as much of a thing. People who really like war are arms dealers. Well, that's a great point. Yep. That's definitely, yeah, it's incentive driven, you know? Everything's incentive driven. You like COD, you can play it IRL, no need for VR. Yeah. Some people just want to serve their country. I don't know. I would probably be the type of person that, like, in the Vietnam War, when people got drafted, I would just become a teacher or a professor, or maybe I would go into the army. I don't know, because being in the army doesn't mean that you have an active role in the combat area, right? A lot, especially of the U.S. military, a lot of it is not. You go and fight in other countries. Some of it definitely is. Well, no, boots on the ground is not as much of a thing, but a lot of it is training other armies around the world, and in terms of boots on the ground. But I think majority, I could be wrong. I don't remember the last time I looked up this. I'm not a political streamer, but I think majority of military budget, or not budget, but a majority of military people aren't like active on the ground, you know? There's a lot of intelligence gathering and stuff. Can you? Yeah. I can't read chat when I'm doing this. Yeah. I mean, the run's already over. My country would be better served when I'm not given a weapon. It's good that you recognize that. How? Huh? What did I even run into there? What just happened? Anyway. War can make a common enemy and unite a group. For sure. I wouldn't be surprised if... Like, I think the best thing that could come out of a World War III against Russia is Americans being united. Because right now, it feels like Americans are insanely divided. But who knows? Maybe even that wouldn't keep people united. Like, if Russia did some really fucked up shit, I mean, they already are. But, like, I don't think most Americans are like... oh... Actually, I don't know. Like, for sending troops to other Eastern Europe countries, I don't think most Americans are like, oh, that's terrible, don't do that. Like, I don't know what the downside to that would be. But if you guys think there is a downside to that, let me know. I'm kind of curious. Oh, I tried to go more left this time. America is essentially a feudal lord system. What? I can see why you say that, but I don't know. I would have to think about that more. Different states, like, state laws are, like, insanely different. So the aspect of, like, the country being broken up into different areas is definitely a thing. And, like, governors have control over different areas. But then mayors do, too. But also you vote for your mayor. No, it's not a feudal lord system. The power structure is definitely very interesting, I guess. I don't know. Market war as a team-building exercise. I mean, it is. Whether you think going into war is good or not, it definitely unites. I mean, depending on what it is, right? Like in Vietnam, it divided people, right? In after the 9/11 strikes, it united people. Regardless of if you think it was good or not. That's just a fact, right? So it depends. I think against Russia, it depends how things would happen, but I don't know. Did I just go straight ahead? No, I will try it. Feudal mayor system? Maybe. I don't know. I've never thought of it like that. Ugh. Come on. Jesus, I was going so fast. Yeah. We'll see what happens, right? But any predictions? Anyone want to put in their bets? For what happens with Russia? Jump, 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 dive, jump, jump. Imagine I fell off there. Okay, I'm missing this way too much now. Maybe I'm not concentrating enough. There we go. I jinxed it in a good way. What am I doing? I was trying to see if I missed any messages. Hello, God. Welcome back. Can I compare against my best in the middle of the run? I could. Okay. Wait, no, I was still doing really good after BitFS. So, oh my God, I didn't realize that, guys. Maybe I would have done better if I tried harder. No. Shit. I mean, it was only 23 seconds, but... Bad throw. You were doing good, yeah. I like having the royal family in UK because they have very little power, but they represent a cap on how powerful the government can get. I mean, that's what the 3 branches of government are in the US as well. Unfortunately, the president has gotten more power over the years. But I would still argue that it's pretty decent here. That's why it's so hard to get stuff pushed through Congress in the US because the president is not an authoritarian. Okay, can you come here? Can you come here, Bowser? But yeah, I mean, I would argue that any democratic first world country's power balance is decent, and the biggest problem is corruption, which is a problem, but the type of corruption is... It's like you can't be corrupt and gain an insane amount of power to change how certain things are structured. Like at the end of the day, people vote unless you're a person who thinks that all the elections are rigged, in which case, I don't know if I could convince you. But people vote for who they put in, and that's how it is. Okay. Imagine that being a good run and that would happen. I think Russia, you're in to lose completely. Just cancel them. English. It's a hard language. Hey, Pigeons, what's up? There are pros and cons to every system. For sure. 100%. I think it's pretty clear, even with propaganda in first world countries or like capitalistic countries, that like, I don't even know if capitalistic is the right word, because like even capitalistic aspects have socialist like programs. Like basically countries that don't have an authoritarian leader, it seems like a better place to live in. Not always true. Like living in China is not necessarily the end of the world. It's just different. I would argue that it's worse. But that's like because of what I value, and what I value is part of what I've grown up with. So obviously I would think that, but I don't know how I survived that. But like, there's at least the there's more control that goes to the people, I think. But anyway. Yay! That was such a good run! The House of Commons is elected, and whatever they decide is sent to the House of Lords, who aren't, so every new law and policy has to be approved by both the bodies. Yep. We have House of Representatives and Senate here. It's pretty similar. Did you know that one hacker took down 10,000 videos of kids? Nope. Don't know what that is. Did you know you hit 5 subs? Yep. I should spin the wheel. And then finally signed off by... Yeah, that seems similar to the system here. Finally signed off by the reigning monarch. Like here, the president can't pass laws. He can veto in certain circumstances, but he has to sign. He doesn't even need to sign off for certain laws to go through, I think, right? Or I don't know. I haven't looked into that shit for years. But then presidents have been finding loopholes to have more control and more power since, I would argue, since Bush, but more and more each president, but possibly more. It could have been before Bush, but I can say definitively that since Bush, each president has kind of gained more power. Or, yeah. A 3-branch system can be balanced but slow, while a single party can be singular, but things happen fast. Yeah. But single party... There's no single party system, right? A lot of countries have a parliamentary... What is it called? Parliamentary representative system or whatever. Where different parties have differing, like, if you have 5 seats in the House of Commons or the chamber, you know, whatever chamber that it's called, then you have that amount of power. It's just different. Also, I hit 1,300 wins today. Nice. When little, huh? Reigning monarch in the House of Lords can't put forward policy changes. Yeah, the president can't put forth policy changes either. They can veto his veto. Yes. Though I think the Queen may have the power to dissolve the Canadian government. Wait, what? Is that a thing? That's crazy. I'm canceling you on Twitter for teaching kids. What are you talking about, God? I don't know what you're talking about. You're confusing me. China has a single party. Does it? Bro, I don't know. I don't know enough. China single party system. In practice, only one political party holds effective power at the national level. Its dominance is such that China is effectively a one-party state. The 8 minor parties... Yeah, like, all of these systems, they have one major party, but they have to form coalitions with other parties to gain power, right? So you have one-party systems, but they're not really one party. But China, I don't know enough about. When did you get that many wins? Pigeons is crazy. Pigeons plays it a lot. They would dethrone the queen if she did that. Yeah, I mean, that's the sort of law that just will never... That's the sort of thing that will just never happen. Unless relations just completely dissolve in the next X amount of years. Like, something insane would have to happen for that to happen. Yeah, Pigeons plays Fall Guys, like, insane amount. I love the idea of Lizzie, too, on her deathbed with her last words are screwing over Canada. That would be hilarious. I think at that point... They just would pretend she didn't even say it, right? I had to refuse to say it when I did ask. Hey, I like that music. Okay, should we do the wheel, guys? We should do the wheel. We should do the wheel. I'm gonna spin the wheel. I could take a shot of alcohol, eat jelly beans. I really hope it's not that. Put on hats. Let's see what happens. Yes? All the Canadians would have to do is say no, and then they'd be properly independent. That's actually a good point. But if you guys were to legit say that, then you would send troops to Canada. Like, that's just not even something that's worth even thinking about. Sending troops to an ally of the US, who's an ally of yours across the sea, it just makes no sense. I'd love to play Fall Guys with Pigeon. I want to see him play. Pigeons is great. I've played with Pigeons before. Pigeon streams from time to time. Yo, self-promo your stream on the Discord so people could check it out later. How many beans? I usually take 4. Hey, family friendly. I'm not family friendly. We wouldn't send troops to Canada since the Queen can't declare war on her own. Gotcha. No coin flip for me, Doctor. Okay, let's spin. I thought you said the Queen could dissolve Canada, but she can't declare war. That seems funny.
Press start to play. Press start to play.
Okay. This sucks, not a reward. Yeah, I mean, you guys can make fun of me, I guess, and I do talk a lot, but I'm not gonna dox myself.
Mario.
I already did. You think I'm good? You got me all wrong. The #1 player with okay. I completely disregarded the run there. So let's reset. It says quiet, yet you make
Me, Mario.
yeah, that's not a good reward, yeah. I mean, I like talking, so anything that makes me suffer is a good reward, I guess. That's how that's how those rewards are set. If you guys have ideas for rewards, let me know. We haven't had that one in a while. You got one? Probably gonna be bad, but what you got? What you got? Good. God. Good. Get good, God. Guys, I'm tired. This is gonna be the last round. End stream, very rare. Ooh, ending stream would be cool. I might do that, yeah. Gonna set up my Switch for streaming. Oh, this is gonna be my last run, but okay. Stay quiet for 20 minutes instead. It'll make it more. That's just bad. If someone new pops in, let's face it, who's gonna pop in? I mean, Fairy popped in, but someone new pops in and they just see me not talking for like more than 5 seconds, they'll leave. That's how Twitch is. 20 minutes is insane. What if I have to play standing up? That could be a good one. I have to go standing up for like 10 minutes or something. Because I could make myself stand up with this desk. Add it so I can see you end stream. But ending stream is not a good thing if people want to watch. I mean, technically, I could just start it up again. I don't even know how good that would be. Unless I felt like ending stream. Then it would be perfect. Ooh, I jumped over him. Just leave a note with timer. True, I could do that, actually. Maybe I will do that. Laugh at you from my reward? Yeah, but I won't see you laughing. Is it even that good? I made a note. I hope I understand it later. I just wrote down timer. I definitely need to make... that wheel is too bare. I need to add more stuff on the wheel. It's been over a year, Pigeons. That's actually insane. And you're barely here. But when you are, it does make me happy. Restrictions lead to creativity. Do they? 1 year is a long time, no? You've been watching me longer, though, no? Can you guys believe it? I didn't think 1 year would be possible. I did, but I didn't know what to expect. I'm surprised some of you guys are still here, to be honest. Make a wheel that says change game. Nah. Change game seems like a shitty one. I mean, no. Change game could be good in the future. But if I'm doing like a big challenge, I don't know if change game would be nice. Maybe. Change games, I can't tell if it's a good idea yet, but I'll try to remember that. I'll try to keep that in time. Oh, you guys have been following the same amount of time. That's pretty cool. What the hell was that? 22 and 90. You've been following for more than 2 months, no? Maybe not. I don't know. Yeah, it says 1 years. Yeah. Pink cannot read. Oh, it says 2 weeks. Ooh, Pigeons has been following more than Dinal. Longer than Dinal. Well, probably because Dinal unfollowed at one point, but that's crazy. I mean, Pigeons has been around for a while. No, not the same time, yeah. I can't read. Doctor was right. And he's not mod? Well, no. You don't get mod by staying around here longer. I mean, that's one requirement, obviously, but that doesn't... He's probably going to be mod next month anyway, so... Oh, wait. Don't ban them. Don't ban them. They sent me a message. You banned them. Unban. They send me a message, like, no joke, unban. Yeah. When I say no joke, I guess that's the safe word. I've been following since January. Sheesh. Why did you follow? I'll read your message after the run. So I'll tell you what, Mig. If you're willing to wait, if you're not a bot, or if you are, I don't know. If you're willing to wait, I don't know, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, then I'll read your message. And if you're an actual person, that would be pretty cool. I've been following for 100,000 years. Sheesh. I'm not even that old. Send so many messages. Yeah, you could see how many messages. I think there's a leaderboard for messages. I probably shouldn't say that, but I think Dinella is on the top of that leaderboard. Probably because Ratchet and Clank. And I said I was going to ground pound there, but I didn't. Press 1 if you're a real person. 1. Because of Ratchet and Clank and what's the other game? He knows it. Horizon Fios. Oh my god, ban him. He's a bot. Just kidding. See, when I say no joke, it means no joke. Well, sometimes I'm serious. Or maybe if I say I'm serious, no joke. If I say just kidding, it's not a safe word. I'm just saying just kidding. I'm probably leader. You could check it. Okay, you don't need to spam. You could check. That's why I didn't want to mention it. JK. But you could check it out on if you're on desktop. If you scroll down, it should be somewhere there. Damn. I just remembered the first day when I was scared to long jump that. Wall kicks will work. What a name for a star. Oh, I should wall kick for that. Do you think the creators intended... Ah! Oh! Oh! Oh, so scary. If I went down there, it would have lost me so much time on the run. Jesus Christ. Do you think the creators intended there to be so many like glitches and stuff? Probably not, right? That's why it's called a glitch, but... Ayo. Bro, God is like 10 years old. Chill out, doctor. I know you're 11, but you're older. You can't be doing those things.
Do 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 dumpty dumpty dum emotional damage yay I a poopy toopy on my pants oopsie toe did a poopsie. Are you flirting with my sister?
I am
Yes,
flirting with
I
your
am.
sister.
Do you
She's
wanna die?
really
Yes,
hot.
I do. Wait, what?
And
Take
she's
me sweet death.
27,
Okay, if
so it's
that's
okay.
what you want.
I had to say that real quick. Where's the leaderboard for messages? Oh. I thought you meant where are the nudes on that website. On desktop. I don't know. Ah! Mamma Mia Pizzeria, bro. Bro, what am I doing? I almost died there. Power of copy and paste. I am aware. There we go. Could have been better. Could have been worse. Could have been better. Do 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 do. Do do. Ah! Get off the box, you stupid Mario. What the hell, Mario? Oh my god. What a shit run. I gotta clip that. Oh, Jesus. I was about to say if I miss this, run over, but I didn't miss. That was okay. But gotta love it. I love Titus. I'm happy you love it. I love giving you guys Titus. Your mom was saying that last night. Okay, this is one of the first 3D, so it makes sense there's a lot of glitches. That's a good point. Did you get a snack? Let's go. When I go for real sub 20s, I would reset if I die once. I felt like I didn't finish something. What answer did I not finish? Oh, yeah. It should be just there on desktop. If you remind me, I'll show you after this run. If you don't remind me, I'll try to remember and show you after the run. Tits, tights, sex. What? That's not what it means. Look, guys, I'm playing with no hands. I'm cheating. I'm not actually playing. I'm not using the Oh my god. I waste so much time just being a dumbass with my movement. There should be a leaderboard for subs, bits, all of that. So you could scroll down and like filter it in different ways. That might be helpful. Hey, Jimmy, what's up? Oh, you got gifted a sub, right? I saw you were stream. You always start. You said you start stream 7 p.m. Eastern, right? It's literally when I walk my dog at 7:30, and I usually like prep stream and like do other stuff like until 7:30. Well, I usually eat dinner and prep stream and then walk my dog and then start stream. I was like, damn, I wanted to check Jimmy out. Not like that though. Like that would be sus. Just like check him like the streaming out. Stupid ping. What are you saying? Okay, that could have been worse. Everybody, literally everybody. Ping pong. Your mom. What? True. How you doing, Jimmy? Wow, the person playing really sucks. Yeah, it's not me though, so I don't know. I just see subs and bits, no messages. Really? I'll look at it after this run. I did, and you're all good. I get the pre-stream recommend things. Yeah. The thing is, like, the more stuff I add to stream, the more stuff I have to prepare. The funny thing is, though, Oh, I forgot to press it. Funny thing is, though, I probably could... I don't know. I probably could prep it faster. I'm just, like, I overthink stuff. Mario having sex. Yahoo! True. He says, yeah! Yahoo! And one other thing. How you doing, Jimmy? How's life going? How's life treating you? If I PB, I'm gifting 5 subs. That's never happened to me before. Jimmy D's nuts. That doesn't even make sense. How's the speedrunning been going? Bad. I mean, I saved some time today, which is cool. Any day where I could save time is a good day, but I only have 3 days left to beat the game in less than 20 minutes. So I'm going to be playing a lot in the next few days. Not too much today, probably, to be honest. Actually, I don't know about too much tomorrow either. But Sunday, I'm going to be playing a lot. I think you just need to enable it in leaderboard settings. I mean, it should be there. I've seen it before. It could be that it's just not working. That's happened before for some reason. It doesn't make sense. Jimmy D's nuts? Oh, like, give me this nuts, I guess? Maybe? If you're a punny guy. I don't know. What? Ah! That was like... What? That was so unlucky. Okay, we're good, though. We're good. Let's go. Oh my god, we barely saved time. I need to save enough time for BLJs, because BLJs is going to screw me up. Punny porny? What? I mean, good one, huh? I'm so nice to you guys. Except when I'm not. Ah! Ah! Oh my god, thank god I caught that. Cap, no cap. I'm mad nice to you guys. Especially you, God. If I really wanted to, I would have banned you years ago. I just have too small of a community to ban you. Nah, I'm joking. You're okay. You're okay. No one's really bad here. You didn't make me mod? Yeah. Oh yeah, how's Japan? Yeah. Japan sucked. Nah, Japan was great. Japan was probably the best time of my life. I keep screwing this up. I don't know how I got that, but okay. Run officially over. Actually, it's not over yet. Japan was great. I learned Japanese. I met a lot of cool people. I don't know. I don't think about Japan as much anymore. The first year I came back, I had a reverse culture shock. I like missed Japan so much. Like it made me like so. I don't know if depressed is the word, but probably depressed is too heavy of a word. But I had like panic attacks, mini panic attacks, just thinking about Japan. But yeah, I don't know. I loved my job as a teacher. I like teaching. So that was a huge plus. I've met some people in Japan that don't like teaching, but they like the culture, and they had a shitty time. You gotta like your job, right? But good. Good, I didn't screw up that much there. But yeah, ask me questions and I'll answer them. Ping pong equals PP, take the P now, put 2 dots. What do you say? I have too many young children in chat. Nothing wrong with it. It's just you guys confuse me half the time. I used to feel like I was dumb for not understanding, but I think it's normal for me not to understand. Unless it's not. You can't wait to visit there someday? Yeah, Japan is, I wouldn't... I messed up. Oh, I kind of redeemed myself. Huh? I didn't redeem myself. Yeah, Japan. I don't know. What can I say about Japan? I did not mean to do that, but whatever. If you want to go to a place that is very different than the States, it's definitely the place to go. The culture is very different. They're behind in a lot of ways. But if you don't care too much, and then you'll be fine. Like socially and culturally, they're pretty behind the times. They're not very progressive when it comes to like, I don't know, LGBTQ rights. When it comes to veganism, stuff that's more niche. But if you're okay with all that stuff, it definitely has an insane amount of pluses. Sponsored by Japan itself? No, that would be cool. Was the food as amazing? I'm not a food guy. I don't like seafood either. So I lived there for 2 years, so I did end up eating a lot of different types of food. I will say there's certain types of food in Japan that I think are amazing, but it's not like the typical answers that you would get from people who like travel there. Or maybe it is. But like, cause I don't like seafood, so that's not really a thing. I'm not reading it. Pigeons. I don't care about it. I don't care. Japan must support Zootopia. What? Zootopia? That's a cool movie. Jesus, what a bad run. Can't PB anymore. But like the sushi I liked in Japan, even though I don't like sushi in America. It tastes different. There might be just a placebo effect too, to be honest, but I do feel like it does taste, at least compared to New York sushi. California sushi might taste better because there's a lot of Japanese people in California. I'm not gonna read it, but I did read it. I just didn't say it out loud. I read almost everything in chat, unless it's moving really quick or I just miss it by accident. That was bad. I liked chicken karaage a lot, which is basically just fried chicken. But you could get it from like 7-Elevens, and it tastes so good, especially when you're drinking. What else? I liked curry a lot. See, curry in Japan is very different than like... I had Singaporean curry in Japan, I had Indian curry in Japan, and I had Japanese curry. They're all distinctly different taste-wise, and they all taste really good. And the Indian curry was from a guy who came from Nepal. So he knows how to make, and he had a restaurant for 10 years in India. Yeah. So he knows how to make Indian curry, you know? Yo, curry is so good. What's wrong with you, God? Curry tastes so good. You need to get your taste buds checked. And that's coming from a picky eater. The school lunches we used to eat were trash. It was like worse. I don't know. Americans, I feel like school lunches in any country are just trash. If you live in a country that has it, you know? But I didn't like it. They were nutritious, but they looked nasty. Maybe I'll show pictures after this run. The people are amazing. I love the culture there. I like how people are. Because I'm a weirdo also. I'm not like normal. Nice ping. Nice. Like I liked my work environment a lot. I like just working at work and not like conversing with coworkers unless like I like just sitting down and getting my work done, and a lot of Japanese people seem to be like that. Although they kind of bullshit it. It's actually kind of funny. Like you'll have someone like they don't want to seem like they're doing nothing, so they'll sit down and they'll like pretend to be working. They'll take like 5 hours to get something done when it takes 10 minutes. So that's kind of dumb, but Can't you get like decent meals at convenience stores? Yes, yes. Obento, yeah. Obento is really good actually. I forgot about that because I wouldn't get it too often, but that's definitely amazing. I would get curry or chicken most of the time, and it actually tastes good, and it's like an affordable price. Like you could have a full meal. It was good. But I'm playing like shit. If I didn't get gold splits, I would be like cursing right now. Anyway. Bro, you didn't even... Yeah, you didn't even send the raid emotes. God. It doesn't work if you're not subbed to that channel. I did look at pigeons, though. Those are pretty cool emotes. But I did look at it. I will tell you that much, God. Wrong opinion. Yeah! Curry is great. I'm a very picky eater, but curry is... Nice. I overshot that. Curry is great. Curry is worse than school lunches. Bro, curry is worse than trash? I mean, that's your opinion. I think school lunches are actual shit. Like, if I took a shit and I ate my shit, it might be better than school lunches. Except when you get mozzarella sticks or pizza. And pizza was like, eh. It's hard to have bad pizza, especially in New York, but... I have to throw him before the fire kills me. Let's go. Jesus. Imagine dying there. Can you... I am not going to give you a sub, but okay. That's not emotes that I have, so you wouldn't get those emotes. Whew. What an amazing run. Hey, Nico, how you doing? Jimmy, don't do it. Oh, actually, can you... Aw, that's so sweet. Paying forward the gift they got from Shadow. Yeah, boy, Jimmy. That's so sweet. God, say thank you. Yeah. How sweet of you. Excuse me. Thank you for the sub. Thank you for the sub, Jimmy. Yeah. Oh, I hit the high pitch there. I don't always hit that, so you're welcome, Jimmy. Anyway. I'm doing great, Nico. How you doing? He's so broke, he needs it more than me. Actually, kind of true, but I do appreciate it a lot. Thank you. Arigatou gozaimasu. No problem. That was beautiful. Listen, I try. You know, I try. You install Black Ops 2? Nice. Nice. Wait, no. I have to change the setup here. Give me a second, guys. There we go. Inception. Mario. I installed Black Ops 2. Nice. Now you could use emotes. God, you could do this now. Isn't that cool? We're gonna get more emotes too. I might push for a sub goal or a... I might do a subathon soon so we could unlock more emotes. Well, once my emote guy gets back to me with more emotes. Yeah, isn't that cool, God? Yeah, look at that. Hell yeah. When I used to have red and blue hair. All right. Let me look it up. Oh my God, we have 10,000 viewers. It should be somewhere here. Subs, get chatters right here. 33,000 messages. Dinell has 24,000. Dinell has 119,000 words. Dinell has 592,000 characters. And Yesik has the most emotes at 6,233. It's all here, baby. You could see month, all time. I don't know why it doesn't show for the week. But... Your boy Jimmy. There we go. Like gift subs, we have 30 all time. It shows everything here. Your boy Jimmy is here. At number 16, baby. Different place? I thought you meant the one on stream, not your profile. Oh, okay, my bad. Nope, my profile. I don't know if you're on the leaderboard, God. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if you were. You could check it out later, but yeah, I don't see you on it. Players on it. I miss some of the people that are on it. They don't come around anymore. Because of different games I play or because time schedule changes. I don't know. Because they just don't like me anymore. This time I'm playing an Italian dub. Nice. You're doing good? Nice. There was one other thing I was going to check, but I forgot. Does anyone remember? I played this Black Ops 2 before, but this time is different. Why is it different? You're playing an Italian dub to practice your Italian? Nice. How's your Spanish studying going, Nico? Oh yeah, guys. I made my first anime react video. Watching Bleach. So, I'm like sitting like this. That's why the camera looks a bit weird. Actually, no, I changed the camera. Holy shinoli. Isn't it cool how it's all on screen too? I saw someone have a command that makes a bunch of emotes pop up. I don't know if I want to add that command to stream, to be honest, though. I feel like you guys would abuse it to hell. Sorry to Jimmy and Nico, but we're actually going to end stream there. So, I apologize. But we will raid someone who's playing Elden Ring right now. You guys are chill with that. It was fun stopping by. Thanks for the sub, bro. Wait, before you leave, I have to do the thing. You guys have to see the outro, okay? Those of you that haven't seen it, okay? See the outro. Why are you talking like that, Ping? Kind of cringe. Look at that. Look at the credits, baby. Isn't that cool? My Spanish teaching learning's good. Nice. Jimmy, I'll send you feed pics. Don't listen to God. Get Good Holy or Little Pigeons. They're like 10 years old, you know. It's okay though. Raid RPG Master Nut. Too late for that, but I apologize. Oh, we have 8 viewers. I feel like we have the most viewers when we on Friday streams. So I'm gonna try to make Friday streams a bit longer, maybe. But today's stream was pretty fun. Next time I'll raid him, pigeons. Bosa is pretty cool. He's playing Elden Ring now. He plays a lot of Valorant. He streams. He just stopped stream. Wait, he actually just stopped stream. I guess we could raid the person you mentioned. Let me check him out. I wish I could play Black Ops in Japanese dub. Yes, that would be awesome. Bye, Daddy. I don't see this person. Can you send me their link? Oh, here, RPG Masters. Fall Guys? I mean, sure. Little Pigeons suggested someone first. I'll be a nice guy. Invalid username. Huh? Oh, because there's no spaces. Fall Guys, I have no idea who this person is. Now, you know what?
Hey, you guys. What's up, Aiden? How's it going, buddy? Just one hot second.
Actually, yeah,
here.
we'll rate him.
This mid-season is indeed mid. You should watch my highlight reel. I threw it up on YouTube.
He wasn't talking at all.
And I thought I got some good, commentary and some good gameplay capture, which I scrunched into like a 20-minute video and put on my YouTube. I recommend checking it out. Yeah, let me just pull this up here.
Dark Halloween night.
There we be.
No, it's too late, bro. I'm sorry.
Awesome. Well, welcome aboard, everybody. It's Fall Guys Friday.
Maybe next
this
time.
Stream
have
is
a
both little earlier than
great
normal
one.
And will probably not last as long as normal because.
And see you guys. Have a great one, guys. Have a great one. Have a great one. Good night.
So it shows you guys that is different. I don't know if I necessarily like that is in the stream. I don't think that, you know, my whole friends list needs to be popping up there whenever I send stuff. So, but yeah, let's go. And your boy and Nico. Good day, everybody. Y'all be watching the Noob Master 95 taking on the latest in Get Wrecked. Holy cow, did I just get a little mini raid going on? What's up? Good day. To what do I owe you all the pleasure? I super appreciate this. This is my character. My
Right, noob.
yeah, Noob Master 95. And